There we go. How about that? Are we finally in there? Had a little bit of a hiccup getting started due to technical difficulties of the ID10T nature. I hope everybody's doing good. I've actually had some interesting stuff happen. I'm looking for the sheet of paper right now. Yes, indeed. It's almost fire time. I actually have, or rather during Scruff's stream, I had an idea. Because how's it going, Liz? How's it going, Gas? How's it going, Scruff? Yeah, I was quick enough on OBS that I'm hoping that it doesn't even show up on the actual live. So, yeah, no worries. And it still managed to start on 4:15, so we're on time. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're doing good. I'm actually looking for a sheet of paper. There's something funny happened to me. And when I say funny, I mean I find it funny, and I'm going to share it with you. And maybe you'll laugh too. All right, I can't readily find the sheet of paper, so I'm just story time it is. All right, most people that are not in tech probably did what I did when they got into tech, or however you want to go about it. When you first get into it, what do? You go to like Amazon or Radio Shack online or something like that. You go to some, familiar name and you start buying components, and fast forward to, I wished I would have known about Tadia and digikey and Mouser and other stuff like that, like from the get-go. But, okay, so here's something. The drum module, what is it called? The Twin T drummer module that we put together. It calls for 100 millihenry inductor, right? That's these. I'm gonna hold them up. Now, I paid, mind you, on eBay because the ones from digikey said back ordered. So I was like, well, I got to put this module together, kind of like I'm having to work around having my kids. And because I've been in such amount of pain, I've actually had the weekend off from the kids. So I've been trying to take advantage of it. And anyway, so for the drum module, I really needed these to get there on time, right? Well, I got these ones off of eBay. I think I paid $10 plus maybe free shipping, something like that. And I don't know how many I got. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. So probably 8 or 10 of them, something like that. Well, all right. I had originally ordered them from digikey. I paid $3 for inductors. It said 5, right? I bought 5 of them. It said $3. I'm like, well, that's not too bad. How much is shipping? Shipping's $5. I'm like, great, $8. It charged me like $8.89. I'm like, cool. Well, I ended up paying more to get them sooner, right? So they sent me 5 inductors, and they finally made it. But let me show you something. Let me show you. I ordered from digikey, and I'm tired. I've been putting modules together, and I ordered 5 inductors. When I paid $3 for this, plus $5 shipping for 5 inductors, and this arrives now. Imagine my surprise when I got this box. Hold on a minute. Oh my, I need some coffee. I've got actually maple syrup, chocolate syrup in my coffee, and it tastes really good. I heard thunder, so you guys might also hear thunder in the background. Hopefully we won't lose connection. So I bought 5 items, and they ended up sending me 5, but down here it's 150 in a box, so I got 700. No, 750. I got 750 millihenry inductors. If anybody needs them for free. When I bought 5, I didn't see. It said quantity, right? Per one, 60 cents. These were apparently 60 cents a box. I swear to God. And I'm so tired of like 60 cents per inductor. Well, hell, that's cheaper than eBay. Quantity 5, right? I look up the part number. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing, yeah, cool, 5. Right? Fixed inductor. Oh, there's that thunder, 5. And it doesn't say anything, but then I go back. I'm looking at my order. Sure enough, 5. I'm wondering if they're going to try to charge me extra. Yeah, I swear to God, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't even know what I would use these for, like, just to get rid of them. Like, what the hell kind of experiments can you do with 750? I ordered 5. I thought I was ordering 5 and I got 695 more. So I'm trying to track down, do I need to contact them? Like I've been shipped the wrong stuff before. Like I got a safety valve which is 5 centimeters wide instead of this thing which is, I confirmed it, this modulation station for the, I will get to that, let's not sidetrack. Anyway, so I finally go to the page where I ordered it, right? And right above the quantity, in bold print, and I should have seen it, but my dyslexic, autistic ass, ADHD, all the above, we'll blame all of it today. It says bulk, and I didn't see that. So I bought 5 bulk boxes by accident. So if anybody wants some inductors, I've got 695 extra ones. I just thought I would share that giggle because I swear to God, I was having a panic attack. Like, oh God, do I owe them money? Do I need to send these back? Like, what's going on here? This is a tragedy. So it's 423. I missed it. That's all right. It's still within the 420 something. But anyway, so that whole, oh my God, that threw me for a loop. I said, what am I gonna do? And it weighs like 1.5 kilos. No joke, like 4 pounds, something like that. It's pretty hefty. Anyway, so that's the first giggle I thought I'd go on and share with you guys today. The next thing, I'm gonna do a, heck yeah, Scruff, if you want them, I'll send you as many as you want. I'll keep a box. The other 4 I'll send off because there's no way I won't even use 150 of those jokers. There's no way. No, they're just, an inductor is basically just a coil of wire. It's like a RF choke. I want to do a poll though, and here's why. Let me do a poll real quick. How do you do a poll? Somebody tell me. Scruff. Is this, there it is. I found it. Yes. Should I do jack sockets during this stream or not? And we'll leave it just a simple yes and no. Because let me show you the bill of materials. We'll start with that. This is the bill of materials here. And it doesn't look like much when you look at the top part. I gotta let it focus, give it a second. There it goes. All right, so it calls for 34 jack sockets. And this is the main board here. This is per one modulation station. It's 2 LEDs, the 2 capacitors, power input, a TLO 70, there it is. And that's really it. It doesn't seem like much at first. This is the per modulation station. The big jacks goes on this mix board, this really long board here behind me. If you double that, that's 68 solder points for just the jack sockets. And then it also has 1, 2, 3, 4 headers, an interconnect header. All right, and then scrolling down here, it doesn't look like much per board, except this is times 4 identical boards, and it takes 8 knobs, so that's 32. So yeah, I didn't know. I figured I would poll that because this is going to be a very, it's a lot. And I didn't solder anything because I figured I'd poll it instead. The next thing, let's see. Hey, that's fine. No worries. How's it looking so far? Cool. All right, so I wonder, I should probably do the jack sockets last so that I can go ahead and start sticking resistors, you reckon? But this is the last, that's the good news, or rather that is the news. This is the last module that's to be built on hand. I actually bought virtually every other module he sells. These have been a real pleasure to put together, to be honest with you. Like, I haven't told him anything directly. I figured I'd wait till I put this one together and just send him a message and tell him, like, give him some feedback, because these, I don't know, let me explain. I wanted to get into synthesis because I've been playing guitar to the point of burnout. I'm tired of playing guitar. I've invested 30 years in it, and I wanted to play something different. I've always loved retro music and arcade music and like Tron and stuff like that, and all I could think is, I want a synthesizer. And I was gonna get a big polyphonic keyboard, you know, like something like that. And then I thought about it, I'm like, I can't afford that, you know, I've got kids, I don't make much. What can I do? And I started DIY a long time ago, you know. Electronic DIY wasn't I've already done it. Hell, there's plenty of stuff that's like older, that's LED projects, and I've built guitar pickups and such. And I was like, okay, well, is it possible to DIY a synthesizer? I've heard of stuff like the arcade Atari Punk console and some little like noisemaker circuits. I wonder how hard it would be. Well, that was 3 years ago. Cue me YouTube, how do I build a synthesizer? And I don't have that first circuit just on hand because it was on a breadboard. I have a video of it. But I built a reverse avalanche super, I'm talking, it's one capacitor, it's a transistor flipped backwards so that it is in reverse avalanche, with a 100K output resistor and like a 1K like power resistor, and then it goes through an LED to ground, and the potentiometer is the one that is sending it your tone out. So it's real super simple, and I made it. And I was like, dude, that's freaking sweet. It sounds cool. It's a ramp wave. I didn't know anything about waves at the time. I still really don't. But I started to learn really quickly. And then I was like, this is not enough. This is not satisfying my musical needs. So then I built the Halloween synthesizer. That's that great big arcade button array with the knobs and switches and buttons on it. And it's sitting on my synthesizer now. I haven't built the mixer. A mixer's like this little circuit here. It's really simple. And I need to build one of these for it so that I can actually mix it in and still use it. Well, that wasn't enough either. I like keys. Well, the only way to achieve that is 1 volt per octave, like control voltage. I need a voltage controlled oscillator. So cue up the very first CEM 3340 oscillator I made, and I've got that on hand. This is, okay, there's one before this one. I stand corrected. There is one before this one. This is the first one that actually played, though. The other one, for as far as I know, is exactly the same as this one. It was just built first. So cue this circuit up. This is an extra socket here. You can ignore this socket. These ones are it's control voltage, the ramp, triangle, and square, and then pulse width modulation. That was the very first one. And I was like, oh, yo, that is awesome. And I got this in time for Halloween. Well, Halloween came around, and that was, I still wasn't satisfied. I'm not gonna lie to you. I needed drums. I needed everything. So I did the TR-808 drum module. That wasn't enough. It's not enough. There's so much. You need like a lot in order to make this work, you know, like to be able to play it. And so what could I do? And I kept looking, and the more I looked into it, the more I realized, okay, there's two things I can do here. I can go all the way from scratch, or I can do some stuff from scratch and outsource the rest. Okay, well, I tried Eurorack when I built the TR-808. Immediately ran into it's not deep enough. It's very constraining in height, like a Eurorack. I don't have a Eurorack panel like just readily in front of me, I don't think. Maybe I do. Let me glance and see. It's on that shelf of crap that never gets done. Oh, mercy heavens. If at first I don't find it, it's probably attached to something. Maybe I can use one of those as an example. Yeah, here we go. This is actually a Eurorack panel. I've been using them for other purposes because look how small they are by comparison to the Kosmo. Like, the Kosmo's 20 centimeters and Eurorack is like, oh God, I don't even know. I'd have to measure it. Where's my tape? This thing, it is, oh mercy, 128 millimeters, or if you want to know it, it's 5 inches in American, but it's 128 millimeters. But anyway, so not very much room, and that was already a struggle, like dealing with space, because the Eurorack I bought was only that deep. It had like 55 millimeters max, and that was not including where the power supply is, like off to one side, and it took up all the space behind. So you basically would just have to fill in a blank panel there, or hope that, you know, the panel you're using is like that shallow. So that led me to Kosmo modules, and I realized like I could design one. Heck yeah, let's do it. So, you know, I wanted to do a little bit more than the first prototype, that acrylic one we just looked at. So I'll talk to some of the forum people on Discourse, and I met Caustic, who does, like, he designed one that had also the frequency modulation and hard sync and soft sync, right? So I was like, oh, hey, right on. I'll add that as well. Now, I still haven't, I could have gone the performance VCO that Sam, because he's got the schematic for that one. But I wanted the challenge of converting a picture of a strip board all the way to a schematic and then doing the design, so that at least I felt like I did most of the work, you know, because I actually changed some stuff. Like there's gain on the outputs that wasn't there and some other stuff. So I did try to make it my own, you know, so that I didn't just like directly copy somebody's work. Well, that satisfied the oscillators. I built 5 of them as a joke, Cinco de Vicio. Well, Cinco is 5 in Spanish, but it says sync. If you look on this board, you can actually see it says sync on here. And that's across all of the VCOs, usually have hard sync and soft sync, right? So I was like, Cinco de Vicio. That, I don't know why that sounds so funny to me, but I got to do it. And I did it. Well, I didn't realize there's more to synthesizers than that. After I built the oscillator, which took the whole month of December, I realized, oh, how do you turn it off? Why is it always on when I'm pressing a button and it's just changing pitch and that's it? There's no on off. I need a gate. Somebody told me that. Caustic, I think, was the one that told me, well, you got to have a VCA, a voltage controlled amplifier, which has a gate on it, or put a gate in your VCO or something. Like, you got to have a gate on it somehow, which is basically when you give it a 5 volt signal or whatever, it's on. And there's a whole separate circuit for that, actually. I want to learn that circuit, because if I could learn the gate circuit, oh my god, that would be amazing. It is pouring down out there. Wow, I hope we don't lose power. So I went to the VCA, and then I realized, well, there's a whole lot of oscillators, there's a whole lot of channels, so I needed a MIDI Muso. It's got all the controls I need. Well, all right, fast forward to now, I realized I need a low frequency oscillator, and I tried to get 3. They were out of stock. By the time they were in stock, Sam finally released this thing, and I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be the piece de la resistance. Gotta have it. So I bought it, and that was in February. And due to shipping and stuff, it takes a long time for stuff to ship overseas during COVID. It just takes time. So all that time waiting, we finally have it in our possession, and we're gonna put it together. And the reason I asked about the jack sockets is because they are gonna take a while, but I'm gonna do those last, because it's going to take a while. I want to start with these boards. But I already knew this was going to be a long stream, so brace yourselves. I'm sorry. When I looked at how big it was on the screen, it looked like 50 centimeters. It's actually, let me show you. I got to wait on my soldering iron to heat up. I could have just measured it this way when I was on live, and I wished I would have. But it's the equivalent of 2 of my Cinco de VCO panels, and these are 20 centimeters square. So I could have just laid 2 of those down, and it would have told me how big it was. Now, to tell you how big that is compared to a 4-foot rack that is meant to hold these things, I actually, as a joke, laid down all 5 of my SpectrumDIY panels, and it'll hold all 5 with a small gap at the end. So this right here takes basically 2/5 of my entire rack. Well, an entire row. Which it's going to look pretty cool, because when I do the video, I'm going to leave the A4 supercomputer, excuse me, in the middle of the rack. As a visual, something to look at. So let me move this. This panel's so big, I got to actually move it out of the way. That's a first. Normally I can just kind of set it up and it's fine. Get some more coffee in me. But yeah, 3 votes for us. Oh, y'all are killing me. So we're going to be putting jack sockets together. That'll be like the tail. I'll do that last so that we can get this part out of the way. There's nothing on Q. What is Q3 supposed to be? Oh no. There's. Uh-oh. I gotta look up a schematic now. Let me go on and do that now before I get any further. The Q3 is probably just a 2N3904, but I still don't want to put in the wrong thing, because there's also an L78 L05, which is the L78 tells me that it's the positive version of the voltage regulator. The L79 is the negative version. The L05, well, the 5 is 5 volts. There's a 9 volt and a 12 volt. That's kind of what I've started to figure out about this thing. I'm trying to find the schematic for the LFO. I think Q3 is supposed to be a 2N3904, but oh, he doesn't have a schematic for this thing? Uh-oh. Okay, well, it's definitely not a voltage regulator, because the voltage regulator he would have put something there, and that's going to where's that going to? It's coming all the way to this BS here, which is going to the 200K, which is going to a pin header. I hope that's a transistor. Let me look at the LFO, because you know what, the LFO, this is the LFO module, but it's the quad LFO is basically the backboard. It's got a different face panel with 4 backboards stuck in it with an interface for a jack board. It's different, but it's the same. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go look at the LFO, because we don't need to do, I don't want to screw this one up. This is the very last module, and when this is over, believe it or not, I actually will not be able to do any more live stream building or anything for a minute. I'm going to be in design phase. And the design phase, I want to hammer out 3 designs, so I don't know how long I'll be AFK. Oh no, we have even more that don't have values on them. R25, R29, R13, R39, and R19 are missing values. That's fine. I'm looking up the schematic now. I think it's the same. Oh, mercy. This uses 2 TLO74s. You know what? I'm actually kind of concerned, because I don't see the schematic, doesn't even look the same as what's on this board. The schematic for the LFO is using, oh my God. All right, we might have an issue here already. I might need to actually the pictures that are available do not cover this angle, and you can't see what's under these. I'm gonna have to look this up on the discourse too, see if maybe there's an answer there. I did not know. I didn't look at that close. I was so stoked to get it. I didn't even think about looking at the board that close. Yeah, I'm gonna, hold on a second. Let me go to the discourse. I'm just, oof. What in the world? Look, if I knew the schematic like the back of my hand, I wouldn't worry about it, but I don't. All right. Well, the good news is the picture, it's definitely there's no like great big stuff to go on it. It's, well, that rain is coming down hard. What the hell? If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was hailing. Yeah. How about that? It's hailing. I'm glad my car is parked under a, the bill of materials. You know what? That's a valid point. I see that, Yeah, I just saw your comment. I'm sorry. I'm also watching the weather. Okay, so let's look at the bill of materials. You're right. I didn't even think about that. My brain is so all over the place. Okay, so Q1, 2, and 3 are inline 2N3904s. I guessed that one correctly. Cool deal. Glad it's correct. 25, 29. Okay, 25 is a 1K. Let me write this down. I want to write this down. This feels like the right thing to do. And there's a little space off to the side over here. I'm going to highlight down. Well, no, I'll just do it down here. So R25 is 1K. 29 as 100K. 13. There's 13. 4K7. La da da da. La da da da. All right, that was a really good. I appreciate that, by the way. R39 is also a 100K, so we'll put R39 with a comma, and the R19 is 100K. Cool. So R19, right on. I believe that's everything. Q3, Q3 is a 230. Whatever. Oh, good times in Braintown. All right, cool. Appreciate that, Leslie. Good looking out. I appreciate that. I really do. So we can go. We'll do our night. We'll do those 100Ks right now, which is 19 here at the bottom. I guarantee you he didn't notice that because it. I promise every board is like got really good, like really well done, and they all come with a bill of materials. So just for this purpose is 13. Oh no, 39. Which one was 39? The next one up. Yeah. So yeah, just hey, look at that. You know, in case anybody wanted to know for future reference, you could just look at the bill of materials. Problem solved. Leslie's my hero today. Hell yeah. I was over here like, what am I going to do? I'm over here holding the bill of materials with all of the designators right there. Like, I would lose my head if they weren't attached. Especially when I started hearing crap hitting the roof. And Mississippi, you know, it does not hail here very often. It didn't snow at all this year. Not in Jackson anyway. It might have snowed somewhere else, but yeah, it didn't snow here. I think I saw in Madison it looked like flurry or whatever. Like it may have been like a kind of a misty powder that was floating. It might have possibly resembled the color of snow for like 30 seconds one day back in January or something like that. That subtropical weather, you know, it doesn't snow. I wish it did because I prefer the cold. I'm a very hot-natured person, you know. I like it to be good and cold. The cold. In fact, I really miss working in IT rooms because we had like raised floors with a grate you could walk on, so all the coolant pipes ran under that, and it was really cold in that room, like 40 degrees ambient temperature or something like that. It was nice. It was loud. I think that's where some of my hearing went. But yeah, if you ever want to know what it's like working in a server room, cold. A properly maintained server room is cold. I have been in one that was very hot, and it's because it had no cooling. They ran their network room in the power room out of the utility closet. pause it. She was bad. Checking chat though for a second. Very cool looking PCBs. Probably been more worried about the artwork than the labels. Just learned. I just learned you. Oh yeah. Right on. And yeah, he probably was more worried about the artwork because let me tell you, when I say this artwork is incredible, look, I don't know what program that he uses, but the schematics all say kicad. I'm assuming he uses kicad. If he does, holy crap, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. There's more work in the artwork than the PCB itself. I can guarantee that, if it's kicad. Now, maybe there's a trick I don't know, like maybe you could do the artwork somewhere else and then import it as a line work or something. But like, just if you were to do all the artwork in kicad, holy deserves a medal. Because like I've put together so far, I get to proudly say I've put together 14, I believe 14 of these, and every one of them are just like this, decked out in artwork, where you can see anyway. Like, you're not gonna see what you're seeing now. All of this artwork is for the builder, because the person that, like, once you put it in the rack and once you put it in the rack, you can't see it anymore. That was very loud. Is it gonna beat the crap out of my house today? We need 200K. Those are way over here. I haven't had to use a 200K in a minute. Yeah, I got 4 of these boards to put together, and oh yeah, definitely glad I wrote down those values, because trying to find those every time, that would be oof. I'm listening to that hail. That sounds so brutal. When I built my roof, it's only 4 inches thick. Like, it's the thickness of a stud wall. In case anybody wanted to know how, when I built the house, I was like, how can I build it and it be spacious without being complicated? And so I built wind beams. So I've got a really thin roof, and I know it's strong. It'll hold me up anyway, outside of its own weight. That sounds so brutal. You guys hear that? I know you can hear it. As loud as I am. Has an image converter. Hey, you know what? I'll look into that. An image converter. I'll look into them. That sounds... Look, guys, I hate to do this, but let me go step AFK one more time and make sure that that's not getting too bad. That is approximately 15 millimeter hail. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's very large hail. That's 15 millimeter hail out there, about like that. It's sizable. That sounds so brutal. Oh, please don't leave. Oh, look, I'm gonna tell you, every time it storms really bad, it scares me, because I built this house. I built this house from scratch. So, you know, my nerves, I get a little bit nervous. Like, did I build it good enough? Is it gonna withstand this, you know? Ain't nothing I can do about it but sit here and keep working. I can't believe you guys are witnessing this. This Mother Nature's PO'd right now. We've had 2 tornado warnings already. And I'm talking about warnings. Bad, windy, green color. I'm surprised we didn't get the hail to go with it. We're getting hail after. She's like, oh yeah, don't forget your hail, you bitches. It's a small, whatever is over Mississippi right now. That sounds pretty brutal. It sounds worse, I think, than it. I mean, it is pretty sizable hail, but that's yeah. That sounds, and it's really big in here. Like, this is a big room. This room is 16 by 24 with like a 12 to 14 foot ceiling. I don't even remember anymore. So it echoes a lot. This board is not. Hey, look at this. This is okay. Ooh. All right, maybe it's calming down a little bit. Anybody need some ice? And I was just saying I liked it cold. I'm like, well, you know, I like it cold, but I don't like it that cold. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Egg Cake? Your tornadoes. Yeah, the tornadoes are terrifying. No, I built my house in Imperial because all the material at Lowe's is sold in Imperial. And as much as I would have loved to do metric on my house, I had to come on, come back to me. Is it alive? Are we good? Oh, we're back. Oh, thank Jesus. Oh, fucking A. Yo, that was scary. It's gone now. Mississippi's back to, oh, it's just, I was just kidding. We're back to gentle rain. Oh my God, it was intense, bro. I'm talking about a lightning bolt. Boom! The power went off for a split second and then back on, and then it went off for like a minute. Like, I don't know, maybe literally a minute, and then it came back on. I was wondering if the internet, I was like, oh heavens, oh, right in the middle of it. So I just paused for a second and waited on it to come back. So yeah, nobody missed anything. Nothing's changed from the long pause. I might have to, for the live stream, it doesn't matter, but what I haven't actually discussed is why I've been doing non-stop building live streams and nothing else. These take a lot of energy for starters. But when I'm done building all of these, I'm gonna take every live stream video, and there's a couple of modules that I didn't realize I had only done live on TikTok. I didn't do live stream on YouTube. So there's more modules in reality than there are videos for them. But I'm gonna take all of the builders live streams, and I'm gonna chop out the building portions and crop out all the talking bits and time lapse everything and make a proper introduction to Wanda video. And that's including, no, I'm in my bedroom slash studio slash workbench slash everything. It's all purpose. I have a very when I built the house, I built it with a living room and a bathroom and a bed and a kitchen first, knowing I was going to build a bedroom. And the reason I did that is because I was like, well, I can live in a living room. Why not? At least for long enough for me to, you know, finish building or whatever. So I built the living room, the kitchen, and the bedroom first. And then I finished the bedroom. And when I finished the bedroom, I just moved everything into here. And because my computer controls basically everything, music and YouTube and Twitch and TikTok, all that stuff, it controls everything. I brought it in here. Maybe 4.7. Just gonna bring that whole drawer over because there's a few of them. Yeah, I love thunderstorms. I'm they scare me sometimes though. Down here they scare me because I drove by Battlefield Park the other day, and you know there's like 12 trees just laying over sideways, pulled up at the roots from that tornadic storm we had. We had tornado sirens going off, and I was like, I don't see any tornadoes anywhere. I mean, it's windy as all get out, and then it got still and quiet, and then I heard some roaring for a little while, and I was like, well, the roaring is not a good sign because that usually means there's a touchdown somewhere or it's about to be. Well, I don't know if there was a touchdown or not, but I do know that Battlefield Park's got a lot of trees down right now. Now, those could have been from the last tornado that tore through here, but I am actually right in the middle of Tornado Alley. It's a bit kind of, the only reason I'm not completely scared is because I'm surrounded by trees to such a degree that it's like it's far enough away from me that chances are it would have to already be touched down and tear through the trees because there's not enough ground wind for a tornado to form. And I only know this because my anxiety needed to be reassured to the degree of Googling it. So if anybody was curious, you know, if you're, depends on how surrounded you are, by the way. If you're just a couple of trees, it ain't gonna do shit. It's talking sizable, like borderline of really some woods. And even that is only if it can't touch down in the woods necessarily. Unless some other factors come into play, like if it's got a flat top canopy and the canopy's close enough that it can form that surface. It needs that surface, that flat. Yeah, the trees basically disperse the ground wind. My trees, they're sparse, but they're densely packed enough, and they're different heights, and it's not a, there's not, the wind is not uniform. It can't spin. The wind kind of goes in a zigzag around my house. Just, you know, like you can feel it too. Like when the wind's blowing, different parts of the property feel different. The wind blows differently. We need a 20K right there. That's what I was looking for. But yeah, so far there's no substitutions. This board's going together swimmingly. I mean, they all have, by the way. I think 90% of the problems I ran into were either were my own problems or something not even related to the modules. Like, for those that were, okay, you know the, yeah, let me, what the heck? There we go. Do I have, wait, do I have a basement of some sort? Nope, I sure don't. I have a 4-inch thick roof between me and the outside world. And if a tornado does touch down and blow through, well, guys, it's been nice knowing you. I don't really know what to do because I can't afford a storm shelter. If it does touch down and start tearing through here, I'm just going to hope for the best because it's worse to go outside and try to get in your vehicle at that point. You get hit by stuff flying around, whereas at least in the house, maybe I'll get lucky and the structure will not cave or something, you know, like there's a better chance of being in the house and being okay than trying to run out to my Jeep and flee the area. But it does scare me. I mean, because I don't have a way. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it'll happen. I'm pretty, like I said, I've researched it enough that I'm not in imminent danger. It would have to be a really, really nasty storm, and by then the power would have been off long ago. It's Mississippi weather. I don't know. It's different down here. I've been in Texas. I've been in Louisiana. I've been in Florida, Alabama even. But honestly, the weather in Mississippi, it's because we're like right between the Gulf of Mexico and another ocean and then right on dry land. we're temperate. Like, no, we're not temperate. We're subtropical. So we get a lot of like really bizarre weather here. Really bizarre. Colin Firth style. I want a Colin Firth bunker. Not gonna lie, I want one. I would live in it. In fact, if I had the money, I would just build my house that way. Just move my house to be underground, because nothing beats that good old 60 hertz LED. Anyway, yeah, it's been a... That storm's already sounding like it's gone. It's not even raining anymore. Just that quick. It'll be blue skies tomorrow. It's Twister in this piece. Yeah. We have a cow. I think that's the same cow. Or no, she said, we have cows. And they said, oh, we have another cow. I was like, no, I think that's the same cow. I love that movie. Helen, was that Helen Hunt? I think. Please don't get mad at me if that's wrong. I'm already bad enough with names. I don't need that added pressure. We are finally soldering to the first board. Wow. I'm sorry. I already knew this was going to be a long one. That's why I did it on a Sunday. And why I don't have the kids this weekend. I mean, aside from just the, like, oral pain, but also that I wanted to knock this is the very last one. And when this gets through, what am I going to build? I got one video planned this whole month. Planned. And that's I got to get the oscilloscope video done on April 27th. So I can at least say I got it done within a year. Right? So I got to do that. But then what? Designing, I wonder if, like, is there even interest in watching this? It seems boring. Because you know what I usually do? I put on some trance, or I put on some Look Mom No Computer, not gonna lie to you. I was dead ass put on like some of the live stream ones, because the live stream was last longer without interruption. Like, I don't have to go over and mess with them. And I will, something repetitive, basically, you know? And then I'll zone out and just build stuff. But you can't play music on YouTube. So like, I would have to use headphones, which means I wouldn't talk. I wonder if anybody would even want to see that shit. Like, well, I don't want to sit here and stare at a screen all day. I could have done that in my own time. I just don't know. Like, I can't see how to make that interesting, you know? I did, however, get a very specific request. Some of my friends have visual impairment, like bad enough that they are trying to learn electronics, but they're limited by being able to see. Well, you know what? I'm soldering left-handed, but I'm ambidextrous. I can actually, you noticed I was writing right-handed, but I'm soldering left-handed. I don't know how to explain that to you, but I can do a tutorial for them. They asked for one. They asked if I could do one for the visually impaired. And because of the setup I've got, I really sure can. I can zoom right down in on these pads, and I want to do a tutorial for people that have like really bad vision, because hell, mine's blurry. I don't have glasses on. All of this is blurry to me. I'm just going off the shinies. That's why you'll see me solder this thing, and then I'll go back and pick it up and look closely to make sure I got everything. I've had to learn to solder blind. But that's what I want to do, is do a tutorial on how to get up close without, or how to solder, you know, for somebody who cannot see regular videos. They're a visual learner, they said. And I felt that. I'm a visual learner most of the time. It depends on what it is. Some things you could tell me and I'll learn them. But a lot of stuff is, for me, really hands-on, really visual. They call that what, kinesthetic learner? That was the name I was given growing up. They said I was a kinesthetic learner. They also said I was gifted and all this other stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm just autistic and I just think differently. That's all it is. I always knew I was. And to this day, it serves a purpose. It just makes social stuff difficult. I miss the social cues. And you know what? I was listening to an autistic comedian talking about, he's like, you know what? I feel like the bright side to being an autistic comedian is like, you know, one of the big like key roles of being a comedian is being able to have really long one-sided conversations. And I'm like, I'm mad because I feel called out, bro. Like, I'm not a comedian, but I'm if I start talking, I won't shut up long enough to even check oh, I need to check the chat. Look at that. That was a self-reminder there. I will check after these pins. One moment. So, yeah. I don't know. It's a thing. All right, I believe that's all the pins. I just want to double check before I leave in chat. Wizard of Oz. Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton. Hell yeah. Right on. Yes, I'm autistic. I'm a autistic adult. Yes, indeed. I was formally diagnosed too, if it matters. Like 6 or 8 times by 6 or 8 doctors over the course of from the time I was 4 and 5 all the way through. I had a specialist of some kind up until I was about 18, 16. And then I no longer had a specialist. I just had a general social worker to kind of help me with, well, why do people do this, and can you help me like interact with people in such a way. And I've, you know, as an adult now, like full grown, got my own kids, I realize, you know, a lot of the struggles I have is because I don't read that unspoken body language. I can't do it. You got to be direct with me. As long as you're direct with me, I don't have any issues in social settings. I've never had issues. But when people do the body language thing or the metaphors or the if you know what I means, those become like, no, I really don't. You'll have to explain that to me, because I'm very literal. And that's why stuff like this comes so easily. Because when it says, hey, you need a 4.7 of something, they don't mean you could go 4.6 or 4.8. They say this calls for 4.7. And that's why you've seen me on some of these lives go to such a degree to find the very specific component. Because a lot of times the engineers behind these will have spent a lot of time trying different things until they found the optimal. And then, you know, or as far as they're willing to go, and then they give you, hey, this is what it needs. And so it's usually good practice to not deviate, but that's why I do these lives. So if I do deviate, I'll know where and why and all that stuff. You know. Seeing where the... Yeah. I'm not colorblind. Actually, I've got trichromia. I've also got I've got full-blown trichromia, which is the eye color. It's the... Oh, hell. I can see more colors than most people can see. I have very high sensory sensitivity. Like, my sensitivity to light, my sensitivity to sound and touch are extreme. Let me give you an example of extreme. Light hurts my eyes to any degree. It doesn't matter how dim or bright it is. I can see basically in the dark. However, with touch, I can't feel very much at all. In fact, I didn't know my mouth was in need of oral care until there was a root actually exposed, because I can't feel touch pain, nerve pain. Those things don't stand out for some reason. However, with sound, I just heard my coffee pot beep off, and that's on the other side of the house, and it's not even that loud. I can hear the electrical hum and wiring, or the electrical hum of lights. I can hear high frequency sounds when I'm around a lot of electronics. It is extreme, and I just don't talk about it much because, you know, there's also a lot of people in this world that like to infantize, treat us like we're children. And I will tell you what, I can see why, because we have this joy, we'd like to get excited, and we do act like quote unquote children. However, it's more like I just find the joy in what I'm doing to be such that I can be very excited about it and, yeah, not take away from my actual work. Like, I'm still taking the stuff seriously. It just, I can also giggle and laugh at it because, hey, what else? What's the alternative? What else can you do, right? So, logically, if I laugh at it, then I've won. So, at the end of the day, laughter is my goal, right? But my granddad is, my dad is, I am. My kids already show the signs. I think out of the three of my granddad, my dad, and I, though, I'm the only one with ADHD. And I don't know how that happened. I think that came from my grandmother. My grandmother was ADHD and OCD. And when I say OCD, if you saw this woman clean, oh my Lord, nothing has ever been cleaner than when that woman left the room. Oh. It's impressive how clean, kind of clean. Not all this. They got every nook and cranny. It's got that eerie clean to it. Like you walk in, it's like nobody's ever been here before, have they? Oh, nope, they have. My grandmother walked through here a few minutes ago. I have no filter. Yeah, I have no filter at all. I will speak my mind a little too quickly 9 out of 10 times, and it has got me. I actually broke up with my partner recently because I snapped out loud a little too quickly, and they were like, "I can't do this anymore," and I'm like, "Yeah, I can't either. I'm sorry," and I'm gonna leave that at that because I don't mean them any ugliness at all. It's just we didn't fit, so I went back to the single life again. But yeah. I don't have a filter, and I honestly care about myself and respect myself enough that if I can't be myself around a certain set of people, like if I'm around people and I can't be myself, they're not my people. I mean, obviously they don't like me, and I don't particularly like the way they treat me most of the time, so believe it or not, most of the time the only people I tend to get along with are long-winded tech people, or other autistics, or other people with ADHD, things like this. And that's because we can relate. We're on the same spectrum. We're on the same wavelength. And that is why my channel is called SpectrumDIY, because I am on the spectrum. In case anybody never made that connection. That is exactly why it's called what it's called. La-ta-ta. We'll play on words, you know, because I know somebody's going to think of a spectrum analyzer. Parts drawers is, you know, gas, to be honest with you, Big Clive and Sam from Look Mom No Computer are the reason I invested in these second 2 sets of drawers. The first set I had because I needed. Let me tell you, they're worth the penny. Let me tell you what you shouldn't do. Don't go to Amazon and try to buy these drawers. I bought one set. They were $34. Sounded reasonable. I went back, bought my dad a set. It cost me $45. That seemed a bit, okay, maybe inflation, you know, it's been a year. Then I bought one of these, which made the next one jump up. It's price hopping. Every time you buy one, it jumps up. When I looked online, these are Acro. Let me write this down, and you can see it for yourself, like on paper. And I'm going to tell you because they're dirt cheap. They're $30. It's look at that, my I think I might actually have dyslexia as well. I struggle with words. Acro mills. And there's 64, and then there's the 44 drawer, and then there's like one with just the big drawers, which is 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. I think it's 20 drawers. Anyway, acro mills. And if you Google it and look up the actual company, you can get them for about $30, no matter when you buy them and how many you buy. So I will be definitely investing in more whenever I need them. It took all of a 64 and 4, 8, 12, 16, 17 extra drawers to handle all of my resistors by themselves. Never mind all the caps and stuff. So yeah, I see why big tech people like Clive and Sam and other AV blog, and yeah, I see why they have so many drawers. You really need them. All right, so let's do sockets next. Those are usually the shorter of the things. We just need all of these. We'll just bring that whole drawer down. But I don't regret buying them. I regret that I didn't know where I could get them for a really cheap price steadily. But I know now. So yeah, now you guys know. I think you can buy them directly from the company. I don't know. But I know Googling it, it's really like the first couple of results it'll tell you. And if they're more than $35, you've gone to the wrong site, because they're not expensive. They're just plastic drawers. They're not, I think Clive's are actually metal. Like his, I think, have a metal frame. Mine are plastic. I don't know if that matters to anybody or not. I bought what I could, I bought what I could get my hands on, not gonna lie. If I could have found some metal ones, I might have still got plastic for the sake of lightweight over time. Let me make sure that's seated all the way properly. Look how this silent, and it's not raining, it's not even sprinkling anymore. Like all that weather, it just came by and said, I really am mad right now. And then vanished. Taking notes. Hey, no problem. Right on. If I can help anybody get cheaper stuff and avoid what I did, like, I really wished I would have known. Tadia Electronics was another place I wished I would have known about, like, before I got into electronics. I know now, and I know it, like, having gone into building the synthesizers, I found out about it. But, you know, I've done electronics a little longer than just the synthesizer stuff. But I also found, what was it? If you are building synthesizer stuff, there's another website that has good stuff. Let me see. What's the name of that website? I don't have it readily. What? It's not readily available? It's synth stuff. Dang it. I can't even remember now. That's unfortunate. I'll have to find that link. It's oh god. DIY synth store. It's a DIY synth store that's not like it's US based, and I've had to, oh yeah, that frequency central power supply. If you guys are wondering why there's suddenly no longer a live stream for Tuesday regarding the reverse engineering of that power supply, it's because the T812, oh my god, that is not the right designation. You can just ignore what I just said. The 7812 and the 7912 power, like the voltage regulators, they can only handle 1 amp of current. And my synthesizer, I didn't realize I've been pulling to plug it in till it breaks, right? Just keep plugging shit in till eventually it quits working. Well, it quit working. And that hum, that 60 hertz hum we were hearing over the live stream, that's what I remember now when I was showing you guys the inductors. I said I'll get to that. Well, here we are getting to it. That 60 hertz hum was the voltage regulators shutting down and allowing the power to basically, well, resonate through the circuit. And why that was, if you count the fact that Cinco de VCO is basically 5 modules, I've got 23 modules right now plugged in, not including the modulation station, which is being built as we speak. So if anybody wanted to know how many modules there really are in that board, I mean in that rack so far, there's 23 worth of modules spread across. This makes 15 physical, like ones you can hold. So we need 100 nanofarad. For once, I know those are 104s. I don't even have to guess because they're the 10s. So 100 nanofarad is a 104. Those are 10 nanofarads, which should be 102, 103. It's 103. Oh, I missed one. C9. C9 is a 100 nanofarad. But yeah, so I was overdrawing the current and it was shutting down, letting hum through. So I had to use that backup board that I was going to reverse engineer into a Kosmo module. I actually had to build it to prove that theory. Turns out, yeah, it really was. And now it's working as it should. There's nothing wrong with the drum machine. It works perfect. There's no more hum. The hum is gone. So that's exactly what was happening. It was getting overloaded. And I didn't realize I had reached overload that quick. 2.2. Uh-oh. Do I have a 2.2? 222. I sure do. 222. I sure do. We need 2 of those because Blue Skidoo. And we can too. Potentiometer. So yeah. That hum we were hearing that we couldn't figure out, I don't know why it was only coming through the noise circuit. I haven't figured out. But I definitely know where it was coming from, and it was coming from the power supply. That's why it was a 60 hertz hum. Are far away, yeah. When he rustles those drawers, they sound like they're made of metal. Yeah. Ooh, you guys, you're gonna make me hungry. Is that everything except for the capacitors? We need a 2.2 electrolytic. Wow, I'm gonna have to dig into the segregated electrolytics for that one. Do I have a 2.2. 2U2. I'll be. What? I got a 2U2 right here. Oh, do I need a bigger one? I'll just use that one. That's fine. What's that rated for? 50 volts? I don't think it's going to... It's a 12 volt circuit. It's not going to need... So, just, yeah. Cool. These are 222s. We know we're going to leave them out because I'm going to need them again in the next board. I believe that's everything except for the 10. Let's get us a blue 10. Pop that in now. And we have, this is one low frequency oscillator board out of 4. Completed. I say completed because the knobs and everything else we're going to do that last. The knobs and the jack sockets are going to be last. We'll do all of this. And because I didn't, yeah, the stormy weather stacked with the, there's a couple of odd things here and there we had to run into already. Yeah, it's gonna be a build. But this is the final piece, so you know, I don't know. It's gonna be I'll be silent for a while, so anybody that like never catches the live streams, they won't even know. They're gonna be like, well, why is there no videos? What's going on? And be like, I'm in design phase, which means it might be a month or two, maybe. I'm not like photonic induction. I'm not gonna disappear for a leap of time. I'm gonna be here, but I don't know that I'm gonna stream the builds. If I do anything, I might like screen record and then time lapse the design phase. I don't know. I want to be able to take a break and like really focus on getting it right, because that's what I did with the Cinco de VCO, and even focusing on it, there's still some stuff I want to go back and do. So I was thinking about doing the redesign of that live, because that one, there's not a lot I want to redo. All right, so verifying, I believe that's everything like installed. Cool, one down. And we'll go ahead and get these 222s out of the way since they're sitting here in front of us. Why not? They all got to go in. Boop. Spread them. All right, so back to the resistance. Back to the 100Ks. I don't know why, but it's like a OCD habit for me. I got to put in all the resistors first before I move on. I don't care what it is I'm doing. It just feels like automatic, you know? Don't even have component drawers. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Egg Cake. I know that feeling all too well. I didn't. For the very longest time, I did not. And I will say, when it comes to flipping through resistors like a Rolodex, that gets old. I had to have resistor drawers eventually. I would say that everything else is all right, like the capacitors and everything. They have segregated drawers, like compartments, and so, I mean, mostly those are okay. I have run into some single packs that are kind of a pain, but if you buy the mixed trays, you could always reuse the trays. That was my logic. But now that I'm buying from Tadia, they all come in little Ziploc bags, and so it's like, I might accidentally have to invest in some capacitor drawers eventually. Like, that might be a thing in the future. Maybe. But I'm not there yet. I only just got these ones, and already I'm really grateful to have them. There we go. I can't wait. Oh, this is gonna be cool. This is it doesn't look like much in pieces, but it is one big, oh, it's nice. Oh my god. Now, I have seen the video. Oh, there was a little spider after me. I'm sorry. I don't condone violence normally, but you know, if I had a woofler right now, it would have tasted woofle juice. I'm just saying. I'll pull one of those, mother. I crave violence. But anyway, yeah, so the LFO has a lot going on, and there's a lot of things you can do by itself. Like, if you watch Sam's video where it's just the modulation station, it looks like he's got like 20 jack cables, like patch cables, plugging throughout just the module itself. Okay, and then we had these unlabeled ones here. Is 19, is 100K, yeah. But yeah, this is probably my favorite looking module. The favorite sound, that's tricky. That's going to be tricky. It's a mixture between the filter GUR and the safety valve, I think. I will call that a tie. I like those two. Those are really, they sound really cool. I believe that's all the 100Ks. Did we get every 100K? I believe so. 20K. I do not see any more 100Ks. Let's do the 1Ks. There's a couple of resistors that I'm gonna be running out of that are like 27, I think. And I was worried, like, this is 1K. What am I doing? 1K is 25. That's this top one. But yeah, I'm so excited about this one because, okay, with a low frequency oscillator, you can do things like set really low waves for each sound. Like if you have a filter going up and down, but you don't want to do it by hand, this thing, you can make it sweep whatever speed you want to. And I think there's a couple of shapes on here. I didn't get right down on it, but I believe I saw that it had more than one shape. A lot of LFOs have the same similar shapes as the regular VCOs have. But what makes an entire voice for me, like when I went into this, I was like, okay, well, I want a synthesizer, but I want it affordable for me, so I went the DIY route. I love that I did. It's a journey. What am I good? All right, let's see. There's another 1K. The only thing that surprised me is just how many things you need to make a voice. Like something reasonable anyway. Like for me, I needed the VCO, I need a VCA, a VCF, and a way to mix it out to make a basic one. Then you add the LFO into it and a few other stuff like the ADSR. You can start adding some flavor to it, right? So yeah, I started out with just the oscillator and then moved to the turning it on and off and then interfacing it with MIDI. So VCA came before the MIDI MUSO. And I'm glad I did it that way because once I was able to actually turn it on and off, I was able to start playing it because then it'll pitch change and turn on and off. And I didn't have the photoresistive LEDs or the white LEDs in order to make a Vactrol, like a DIY Vactrol. And so yeah, I went straight for the VCA module. Here we are finishing up. When this is done, I'll have to start spitting out designs out of my head. How about that? I've got a spectrum analyzer, which is more for visual. I guess I should call it a visualizer. Let's see, 25, 29 is 100K. R13 is a 4.7. I just haven't got to that one yet. Okay. Cool beans. But yeah, so we'll call it a visualizer really, because I'm not trying to make it like accurate. I just want something to look at that looks cool. And I decided to do a pass through on it so that I could also do the RGB control all in one. So I'm going to just call that like an FX module, visual FX module. I also I want to build a matrix, a multiple matrix, because there's of need here for a lot of outputs of the same signal and what I'm dealing with. So I think I'm going to build a matrix as well. So yeah, there's like readily two, right? And then I wanted the oscilloscope kit. When I get through assembling it, I want to eventually make a module that allows me to put that in there, and I can have like an oscilloscope view of what I'm playing on the synthesizer. I think that'd be cool too. All right, I think that's all it is. We need 4.7. I'm gonna grab several of those because the whole thing don't want to come out. And since we know that's the 4.7, we'll get that out of the way since it's not labeled. But you know, the only reason I've been live streaming these, even though they take forever, is the time lapse. I can go and time lapse this with Adobe Premiere, and it'll look like all 15 modules happened in like 5 minutes. And this 6 months of building nonstop every other week, every week, nobody'll ever know how much work it really took. I could just say it only took about 5 minutes. You saw the video. I was just working really fast. I drank a pot of coffee and strapped in and Tech Moan just did a video, some dodgy. Heck yeah. Drawers. Got that southern drawers. In the pickup truck of love. I will shut up now. That's that. I draw the line. But yeah, I do all these lives because for the video part of it. And I could have done them unlisted for patron only, but because I don't have enough energy to keep up with patron right now, I haven't posted anything to patron, and I'm not keeping it up. I really can't. There's too much going on. I would have to have a manager, and I do not have a manager, so that's I don't know. I have to find the room in there somehow, right? Maybe I can find the room. What's going on here? That drawer needs to be carved. There's like, it's got a little rough spot keeping it from just sliding on in where it's supposed to. But yeah, Mr. A-Cake, if you ever get a chance to get drawers, get as many drawers as you can afford because they are amazing. Is that a 4K7? That's 47K. At least for resistors, if nothing else. Like, you know, a lot of capacitors are easy enough to read, but resistors with the bands on them, oh my, I cannot read resistors. I'm sorry. I know that that's probably a skill I should acquire, but that's a lot of colors, you know? And I don't know the code. Ham radio takes up a big chunk of my brain already. Synthesis is taking up a big chunk. Guitars taking music. No. I didn't think you were making fun of me. I was just like it. I read it and then my brain went to drawer. Sound like a southern drawer. I am in the South. You know, I'm really born and raised here in Mississippi. You just don't hear the Mississippi accent as often. It's because I've spent a lot of time talking on voice chat with people around the world, and it just, I don't know. Everybody's always told me I sound Southern, but where? I can't quite place it. I'm like, I think that's a side effect of talking to a lot of people. You tend to, I don't know, it changes your accent a little bit. You're not quite the same as your non-online fellow people. If that makes sense. I say this because I have talked to other Mississippi people, and let me tell you, you get that thick Mississippi accent going, oh, I'm over here giggly. I can't help it. I'm going, you know how you sound, right? Where's your Chevrolet at? Are you going to get on that Ford and go yee out in the mud? I'm sorry if you're Southern. I'm Southern too. I'm from here. I was born and raised here. But you know, yeah, I'm very deep south. I'm in Mississippi. That's about as south as it gets. It's any further south, now you're Cajun, and Cajun Well, that's not the same thing as being Southern. That their Cajuns are their own thing, and they'll tell you that too. I've got some Cajun relatives, and when I say they are different, oh my Lord, they're different from me, like different from me. My family lives in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, or did. They might not still live there. Oh well, Southern weather is some crazy weather. I think we need to put the voltage regulators, and then I'll flip this over. I've been trying to stick in as much stuff as I can so I can just flip it over and do it all at once. The bright side is I literally am halfway done. The drawback is it's probably going to take just as long to do the jack sockets. Oh, mercy heavens. All right, let's put all that in. Scottish. You going all right way for a smoked bottom? I can't do it. Not trying to be offensive either. I apologize. That was not meant to be offensive. Just thinking of Shrek. I can't help it. That's just where my brain went. I guess I could do every pin sticking up and not just resistor pins. Just whatever I see. I'm trying to keep my head out of the camera. I hope it is. There we go. But yeah, I didn't realize that voltage regulators were so touchy. And then at the same time, I didn't realize how much juice I was pulling module-wise. My Cinco de VCO module pulls approximately 400 milliamps. What? I had a hair in my mouth. What the heck? So 400 milliamps by itself, right? And we're talking about there's only an amp available. You can only pull an amp on one of those power supplies. So there might be a possibility that I have a toroid transformer that came out of an old subwoofer, and it's 12 volts VAC output, right? I don't know what the amperage rating is on it, so I don't know what kind of a circuit I'd need to build for it, but I have a toroid transformer that's meant for audio, and I would need like a soft start circuit maybe, and something, you know, just to limit because toroids have a really high inrush current. Boy, that thunder is loud. But anyway, so the inrush current would need to be kind of something to think about. I don't know if it would be bad for synthesis or not. But I might need to build Wanda like an actual proper dedicated power supply, because she is mounted. It's not a portable synthesizer that I built. It's a thing. When I show it to you, you'll see what I mean, because I'm going to do a musical live stream with it soon. I'm not a concert. I can't do a gig with it. I promise I can't. But I figured I would do a live stream like tour of it and maybe make some noise with it. Right? Show you guys what all of this has been for. But I've learned a whole lot, like especially in noise making circuits and oscillating circuits. I knew radio frequency circuits a little bit, so it wasn't a very hard transition. If you're not familiar with like radio frequencies and audio, it could pose maybe a fun challenge. Like it may make you work for it. I don't know. But so far, synthesis has been a really good decision in terms of electronic knowledge, because it's fun when you get through building something, you can play with it. And I like playing music, so when I get through building these things, usually after a live stream, I don't have the energy to play with them, but I'll put them over there, and then like later in the evening or the next day, I'll go over and play on it, and oh, it's so rewarding to, I built this. This sounds so cool, and I built this thing. So, yeah, I would definitely recommend doing it again, or whatever, you know. I love these boards though because they're well designed. They're not hard to put together. There's so far the only module that was challenging was the twin T drummer, and it was not due to the complexities of the circuit. It was due to you have to be able to really work your soldering pencil into tight spaces. Even if you follow like the most logical route, it's still pretty crowded. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not an ugly thing. I'm not saying that as a negative. That's a heads up if anybody's planning on building the drummer module. It's gonna be crowded. Like you're gonna have to kind of be prepared to really get down into the tight spaces. Sometimes I'll solder with my pencil straight up in the air to get into those places. Like right now I'm going at an angle to get in between the legs, but sometimes I've had to go like straight down just to get in. As soon as I get, there's the caps next. This board, I believe, can be set to the side. Start working on board number 3. Had an interesting start to the stream though, eh? Bet got wiped off the earth by a hailstorm and power went out, but somehow the stream is still alive. We are still alive. Or the live is live, rather. I didn't have to start a new one. There's one sketch right there. Perfect. And snippy time. Let's get to snippities. My kids, I wonder what they're doing for Easter. I asked, I wonder if I sent that oh man, I hope I sent that text. I typed out a text. Sometimes I forget to hit send. Anybody do that? Like you'll send like a response and you'll think they got it, but then they really didn't. Oh, I didn't hit that send button. What the heck? For some reason I thought just typing it was enough. Oh, there's a spot I missed. Not anymore. I'm gonna have to buy some new snips soon. I finally, I think, reached the cut limit. The amount of cuts you can make with these side cutters. And by the way, I don't know if this is something everybody does. Turns out there is there's 2 types of these side cutters. There's flush cutters and there's semi-flush cutters. And from what I've been reading, if you do a lot of clipping, which is what I've been doing, this is like oh my God, the amount of leads I've had to clip. And these are a champ. And Scruff Dog's pliers, you know, his were sliding up with the thing sticking out. Mine too. Literally, I keep having to pull it down. But the semi-flush cutters are supposed to last a lot longer, supposedly. So if I go to buy some more, like, of these clippers, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a try of the semi-flush. Because right now, you're not even really flush cutting. I have to angle it so that I'm not cutting the solder bead, just the lead. So, like, they're not even flush with the PCB anyway. So that's something I want to try out, is the semi-flush cutters, because they're supposed to last longer. I bet you that's because it doesn't have that one-sided blade on it. it has a more evenly distributed taper on it. There we go. Let's get them out of the way. It's finally raining again. I swear some of those have got to be like aluminum legs. That's what it is. Aluminum. All the miniums. That's why I keep this painter's tape just right above my head. Ah, that's a noob. Come on, you noob. You noob. It's tape. You gotta be smarter than the tape. Gotta be smarter than the tape, and I was slightly less than there for a second. That weather sounds savage. Yes, it does. What part of Wanda is it? What, the LFO? The LFO is the rhythm generator, I guess is what this would be called. Uh-oh, we're about to switch right-handed solder for a second. Those are not the right pads, are they? Yes, they are. Some LED, not LEDs. These are not LEDs. These are resistors, you fool. They're standing a little bit too proud. They need to be humbled just a smidge. And this one right here. And good job, buddy. Way to go. Sit down in that high chair of yours. Eat your vegetables. Grow up to be a nice, strong resistor. There we go. Cool. I'm satisfied with that. That was a little right-handed out of nowhere. So we need a... Uh-oh. Mother Nature's getting mad again. Don't cut out on me. I need solar power. I guess that wouldn't help me right now, would it? I'd be running off batteries because there's not enough light to sustain solar. Get a lint roller. Yes. You know what? It's a great idea. I do not have a lint roller on hand, but I had one, and that's what I used it for. That's exactly what I used it for. That is a really great idea. I will have to get another one. That'll be the next dollar. That's a Dollar Tree item. That's one of them dollar cheap thingies that you can get at whatever, at your local shop. So there's no excuse for me not to have one, I guess. Do I have $1? 10 nanofarad. Did I get all the capacitors already? Except for the 10 and the 2.2. It might just be that time of the month. You know, Mother Nature, she don't care about people in Mississippi. Mother Nature here starts going, it goes. 2.2, right on. And that was why I was saying you don't really need your drawers for these electrolytics or the ceramics unless you just really want them, because the codes for those are straightforward to read. They're just numbers. That's it. I'm dyslexic. I can do numbers. I can't do colors and letters. That's got to be it. All right, so everything but the sockets. Damn, that's a high and that's a loud and proud resistor there too, isn't it? He was gonna tell his buddies he's the best one. 'Cause you're the best around. Nothing's ever gonna keep you down. Do I have enough to even socket all of this board? 3? I need 6 more then. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Nothing like a gigantic module to make you nervous. I'm still wondering if I'm going to have enough to complete this thing. Like, so far I haven't run into any resistors that I'm low on, so that's going to be the only concern. So I think we're good. But I've said that before, you know, when I built the MIDI Muso, I thought I had everything. And at the very last literal pulling in the finish line, there was a trimmer pot I discovered I totally missed. And I didn't even have that trimmer pot, and it was such a critical, like, it's I was like, oh, gotta put it aside. So that module just sat there taunting me there for a week while I waited. Anyway, that's the nature of it, you know. That's part of it. I swear 70% of building this synthesizer has been waiting. The rest of it has been being a parent. So like the time, all the stuff I've been doing live stream has been the only times I've been able to actually do anything. So most everything I've done on this thing has been on camera, with the exception of the big build of the, well, of Wanda. Wanda's final, like where she's going to be set up at, looks, the rack is the same, the table is the same, but the view is going to be a lot different. Like when I actually do the stream for playing on it, you'll be seeing a whole lot more than just like one module. You'll see the whole rack and how it's set up. I'm gonna actually do a full tour. It's the least I could do, I reckon, considering everybody at this point is invested in this project. I know I am. I mean, I'm so invested in this project that I'm already kind of nervous about there being no more modules on hand. Like, what am I going to do now? I got to design some more and get them on hand. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. So that's second board down. I believe I'm going to give it another glance just to make sure I've got all the components that are not, that are like on the back side. All of this side, I'm going to do that last because that's going to require the face panel. All right, so cool. I can go ahead and finish soldering the sockets down, and then I'll check chat again. So I would say this is not as long. I was anticipating it to take way longer. I was anticipating about 5-6 hours. I don't think it's going to take quite that long. In fact, I'll be surprised if it takes that long, just because it's not the most complex module. I was thinking the VCO is pretty straightforward too. So I was thinking it was going to be more like that. And that module took me 6 hours to build. But it also had 5 separate circuits that all had, it had a total of 5, 10, 15, it had 16 PCBs. Cinco de VCO is 16 PCBs. There are 5 jack socket boards, 5 knob boards, 5 oscillator boards, and 1 face panel. So that module took like 6 hours and 20 some odd minutes, I think. And I built that one non-stop. Oh Lord, I wanted that one built. I did that all the way non-stop. This one, it's going fast enough. It shouldn't take that long. I don't think. How long have we been going? I can't even tell. An hour and 2 hours? 2 hours, so that board's due. We're already back to yet another board, and the speed picks up as it goes, so that's good. 7-Eleven. It is 6:12 here where I'm at. I started the stream at 4, so it's two hours in, and we're already starting on the third board. Weather permitting, it should not be interrupted again, but you know, if it happens, it depends on how bad. If the power comes back on within a minute or two, if it goes out again, then I'll come on back like I did the first time. If it shuts off and is like off for a minute for real, I will have to wait till the weather improves and do a part 2. I don't want to do it that way, but I want to go ahead and give a heads up, so if it sounds like it's starting to pick up a bit, if we lose power too long and it like throws the stream all the way off, yeah. But I set this one manual to end, as I do most of them, because I'd rather tell it when to stop. But there is like an auto stop on it, I think. Like if you don't do something for a certain amount of time, I think it automatically ends it anyway. Midnight in Scotland. Yeah, you guys are 6 hours ahead of us. Most of the UK is 6 hours. Some of you are 7 hours, I think. There's a couple 7-hour. I actually have, I haven't got to talk to you guys in Discord in a minute. I've been in La Synthesis world. I need to get on Discord. This is the last module. So yeah, I'm going to be in, I'll get in Discord more often. I don't have anything else on the plate to build that's large like these. Everything else is pretty simple. Like the oscilloscope, that's going to be a video. That's not even going to be a live stream. Now I'm going to make a joke about that. All right, so 19, and I can't believe it's taken me a year to put that kit together. Go executive dysfunction. Yeah. Executive dysfunction, by the way, is not the same thing as being lazy or being like, or procrastination. Just want to clarify, like, literally executive dysfunction is screaming internally, do the thing, it's time to do the thing, I want to do the thing, I have this pull to do it, and no matter how hard I try to tell my legs to go do the thing, it's not going to happen. Like, there's a disfunct between your brain's desire and internal thought and the actual doing of, and that doesn't happen for everything. Like, okay, for me, procrastination is I put off my dishes every now and then, but then executive dysfunction is the dishes don't get washed for weeks. You know, there's a difference there. One of them is I'll do them later today or tomorrow, and they get put off for sometimes they get put off a couple of days. It happens. But that's not the same as executive dysfunction, where you walk up to the sink and you go to try to turn the water on and you just turn around and walk off, and you go, why am I walking off? What the heck? I was trying to do dishes. I'm serious. That's a real struggle. It's a miracle these projects get done. What is R25 is the 1K. We'll go ahead and do that one. That storm is getting loud. It's just a thunderstorm, though. It's not like that tornadic weather that we had come in 2 days ago. That was scary. You can hear it before it even thunders. You hear crackles. Oh, there goes another one. That good old stormy weather. Stormy weather in south right now over me. I love the look of these boards. This is going to be one hell of a module. I'm so stoked, and I'm going to tell you what, as soon as I finish building this, I am going to I'm gonna message Sam and I'm gonna say my piece. I don't even know what I want to say. All I know is these have been a real pleasure to put together. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I feel kind of honored to put these together because you don't have to sell them. You design something, you don't have to sell it. You could keep it. It happens sometimes. You'll see something cool and I want it, and they won't sell it. So the fact that Buddy like took the time to make these into workable, purchasable modules that other people could put together, like, that's amazing. I love that. Because I can't afford Eurorack. There's no way. I tried to even start. I couldn't even start. It was too expensive. Just the small little bitty rack I had was already in the $300 range, and I'm going, wolves. I'm poor. No. So I returned it. I got my money back, and I started doing Kosmo instead. And that's, yeah, hell yeah. I'm glad I did that. Because it put synthesis in my reach where I could do it, you know? Because my guitar, I've had since 1997. I've rebuilt it. It's why it sounds the way it sounds. I rebuilt it to be that way. And I can't get that. I even returned, I've played it side by side to an American-made, it's all on my channel, but I compared it to an American-made Fender Strat, and my guitar sounded better. And I couldn't figure out why for the longest time until I realized it has nothing to do with the guitar. My guitar is built around the way I play, and I play a specific way. And so if I play a guitar built to play blues, and I play the blues on it, it's going to sound really good. If I buy a rock guitar and play rock on it, it sounds really good. Well, basically what I had was a rock guitar. That Fender was a rock guitar, and I'm more of a blues player. So my guitar is using really bluesy, really thick pickups, and I play really bluesy, and it sounds, I like it, you know. I wouldn't call it great, but you know, I like it. I tolerate my own sound. I used to hate the way I sounded, so growth. But I've been playing guitar 30 years. I've recorded YouTube videos of my guitar for about the last 15 or 13. So you guys can see even my younger days. Oh, that's embarrassing. I don't even hide it because I don't care anymore. But there are my older videos. They go all the way back to when I was like 20 and 18 and whatever. I'm 33, so take away 16 years. I believe now we're on to 10K, 24 and 20, 12. There's one more 4.7. I just want to make sure I got all of the... I had a feeling there was another one of these. I'll check chat here just a second. I know I haven't been as social. I'm also trying not to make this take forever because this is one big, really big module. La-da-da. Like, we crossed the halfway point, but it's that's after 2 hours. All right, so that's 24. Is there any other 24s? Don't think so. I think that was it. Only 20. I think it was a 12 or something like that. One of these resistor values I was like running low on, and it made me worry about this module. Maybe. I think that was this one. So 47K. You know what? And here's something else to think about too. If you guys are watching this and you want to build these modules but don't have the money to buy the PCB panels and everything like that, the schematics for these are on Sam's website. You can download the schematics and make your own even. You do what I did. The very first CEM thing was on Perfboard. So yeah, just there's really no reason why you couldn't do it that way too. Food for thought. Got a couple of these 12Ks. Yeah, and we got 10K, and then we'll be on to soldering the forest. Or Moog. Let's see. Hey, Gas, I hope you take care. I'm glad you stopped by. Good seeing you. I understand having to take off. I was watching Scruff stream. That was a really good stream. I had it turned up loud enough because a couple of times I had to go get me some coffee. I'm over here stressing about like, do I have everything I need? Is this going to go together smooth? Or is this going to be a nightmare? What's going to happen? I didn't know, you know? Now I think it's going to be okay because I don't think so far I've run into any components that I'm low on. It's definitely going to empty out the jack socket drawer. That's I think I bought 30 knobs, so I'm only gonna lose 5 out of the batch that I had before, if that makes sense. Like the pre-build inventory, I increased by 35 or by 30 before I'm about to take out 34 jack sockets. So there's only going to be 4 away from the ones I already had on hand. Make sense? And that way it's not, I don't run out on hand, because I love building stuff, and if I run out of stuff to do on hand, I don't know about you guys, but I start to feel kind of bad not having stuff to do. Get under the weather right now. Oh, I know I keep putting these back up, but it's so they don't get in my way and I don't start accidentally mixing up components. But I see 2 of these, yes indeed. And you know what's funny about this project here, I've been so like wrapped up in how many things to do and this and that, and I can't wait till this part gets here, and oh, that part and this part. I didn't realize that I have been building on this thing for 6 months. So yeah. Who knew? It took a minute. I started looking at the dates and stuff, and I'm going, have I been zoned out? Have I lost track of time? I only got 2 out. What did I do that for? I needed 3. Smooth move, X-Lax. What's your next move? Hold on that one. Yeah, it's taken 6 months to build. I have not quite filled up 2 rows of my rack yet. I've still got some rack space, which doesn't bother me, but I'm just saying, like, think about the fact that my rack is the equivalent of 2 of Sam's cases. Like, the rack I built holds 4 rows. His cases hold 2 rows per case. His live stream setup has 2 cases, so 4 rows. That's just the middle. That's not including, like, I think he's also got a couple of other things off to the side, right? So I'm going to go ahead and solder this in. That's starting to get crowded. It's already crowded on this side, I mean. But anyway, so the setup I've built so far, if I were to fill it all the way up, I'd be at it another couple of years. And, you know, the channel is just
really, like I said, it's just to cover my DIY projects and stuff. So like if my kids want to see it or whatever, or if it's helpful to anybody. But it's starting to look like the channel has evolved into doing projects. So I don't know. Should I keep doing them? Keep doing projects and videos on them? Once I finish building this synthesizer modular, I would be sharing, it would be more like projects I build from scratch, which I guess I was already doing that. I don't know. I don't know what people like, but I do know what I like, and that's building stuff, so I'm definitely going to keep doing that. Whether I record it or not depends on the interest in this thing. I'm going to do one video and one live on the final product before I say like, okay, well the series is done, right? And when the series is done, I'll go back and actually look at the analytics and see like, well, did people actually enjoy it? And you know, because if people enjoyed it, I'll keep doing it, you know. There's no reason why not. It's not any work for me to record it while building it. I'm going to be building it either way. That's not true. That's a lot of work in There's been a lot of technical difficulties in recording, but whatever. We don't talk about those. We don't talk about Bruno. No, don't copyright me. It doesn't count if it's sung badly, right? Anyway, so this journey started out, I wanted to make racket that wasn't a guitar. And now I have built some, I don't even know what the hell to call it. I had to give it a name. I had to name it. Wanda the synthesizer. Because it looks like the interface of a space station. Not gonna lie to you. It looks like staring at an interface to like a Starship console. But it's not to the degree of like Sam or Benji or Andrew Huang. I don't know if you guys have heard of Andrew Huang or not, but that dude has 2 different synthesizer modulars. They're Eurorack. And that's, first off, way more expensive. But it's also smaller, which means there's a lot more modules in the same amount of space. This dude, what looks like $100,000 worth of like Eurorack modules on a wall. Oh my God. That dude, he's got modular for days. And then there's a couple of guys on TikTok that I watch. They have some really, really cool modular stuff. One guy's modular even uses like these little pins that look like battleship pins, and they connect 2 points together internally by using just the, interconnect. That shit's pretty cool. And then it's got a joystick on it to control like the sound. And of course the joystick is a 4-way potentiometer. If anybody didn't know that, like the inside of a joystick is basically 2 potentiometers, one going like up and down and one going side to side, and it's acting as a divider. There might be some, well, I mean, that's analog, mind you. I don't know about digital joysticks. I'm sure they're a lot more complicated than that. But we don't do digital on this channel yet. We haven't done digital yet. The only digital I know is like old school coding. And nothing Arduino yet. I've got 2 of them with plans, right? Like with plans to use them. But I just haven't done it yet. Just like I haven't done that oscilloscope. These things, they get piled up in that I'll do it later. That is the procrastination pile. The oscilloscope actually was more of a, it was never interesting enough for me to build. And then when I finally got to a point where I could build it, I went through a lot and couldn't build it until it got to where now I was doing the synthesizer stuff, and it just, one thing led to another, and it just sat in the back. And that's April 27th of last year. So yeah, it's high time I put that board together. And speaking of which, I'm going to check chat and refresh. Oh, blah. Refresh the human flux. Mercy heavens. Did I mention I have a speech impediment? Have I ever said that before? I may have said that before. If not, you know now. I have a speech impediment. And I just laugh at it because, you know what? I can't do anything about it. My words sound like they went through a blender every now and then. Which, you know what? I am one of those type of people that if I start talking shit in a game, you camping noob. If I start stuttering and my words start blendering it up, I just already know, like, they're not going to take me seriously anymore. I'm just going to shut up now. Emotional damage. It's like Dave Cash shout for 20 damage. Nothing happened. Or I cast 15 insult. 10 points of damage was inflicted to self. Oh, shit. How do you insult somebody with a stutter? Do you just like load it up so that it rapid fires? This joke is short enough that you can stutter your way through it. No. Or just tell them, I'm sorry, I was ratcheting one of my words there for a second. Ratcheting, like the sequencing term where you make like multiple beats under a single note. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of a selective joke there. That's a synthesizer joke. Anyway, I think that's one board complete, I believe. Did we clip everything except that one? And then I'm gonna check chat and oh fucking A, man. I'm gonna refresh the human flux. That combination just is like the purple. Fucking. I give up. It's like the purple burglar alarm, but Southern Autistic Edition. Oh fuck, man! What am I supposed to do? I can't help it, you know. Like I gotta roll with it, right? Might as well make it funny. Rack it out. Oh shit! Hey, take care, Mr. Egg Cake. Hope you have a good evening. I'm sorry if I missed you. If you like watch back later. I need a coffee. You know what? That's fair. There is some coffee. We're not done with the board, so I don't want to stop for the flux break yet. I want to keep on plugging because I don't want to take up everybody's time doing anything but assembly, right? So a few things left on this board, and then I'll take my little break. Open up. I need 2.2. Gotta put my head in the way. 2.2. Righteous. 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 Don't puke on the shell, bro. I just waxed it. That's that part. He's like, you so totally rock, dude. Give me some fan. Noggin. Dude. I love that movie. Anybody else like Finding Nemo? Or Finding Dory? Finding Dory was... Oh my mercy, mercy. Did I put a 333 in? No, I didn't. I put a 222. 222 for the 2.2 nanofarads. I think finding Dory was probably more like emotional than Finding Nemo. Finding Nemo was emotional, but when you get slapped with that short-term memory loss, she calls it the short-term remember me loss. I felt that on a spiritual level. I have ADHD, so like I walk away from something and immediately forget what it was. I get up from my chair. The moment my butt leaves the chair, it's like it triggers this little switch. And it's like, what did you get up for again? I don't know. Go sit back down and see if you remember. That's why I'm in great shape. Making tea. That sounds good. I might. This is taking long enough. I might make coffee when I'm through putting the subboards together, like before I get started on the final board. Oh, I did leave 10 nanofarads out. Good job, me. But yeah, so I'm in great shape. I'll get up, sit back down, get up, sit back down, get back up, sit back down, and sockets. Ah, always with the extra ones. Yeah, there was another movie that I watched recently. I got talked into watching Encanto. When it came out, I didn't watch it. I'm one of the type that I'd like let my friends watch it first and let me get kind of some vibes off of them because I know my friends well enough. You know, like I know what their taste is. So like if my horror friends like a horror movie well enough, I'll give it a shot. If they say it sucks, I'm gonna give it a shot. If they say it was okay, then I won't watch it because I'll know that it didn't stand out enough. And yeah, seems to be a logic that I've followed for a while. But anyway, so I got talked into watching Encanto, and that had me like, somebody said to think about it through the perspective of how being autistic, like what it's like being, oh my God, how it is to be treated, like how Isabella was treated is how the autistic people are treated. And I'm like, well, now, yeah, yes and no. It depends. If you're in a family that's not very informed, then yeah. Like my family, it was not the most pleasant growing up. But however, a lot of my friends that are like late diagnosed and only just finding out and stuff like that, and they're going, now everything makes sense. I get it now. And I'm like, I love that moment of clarity. You finally understand why things are the way they are. Like for me, I'm considered a late diagnosed ADHDer. I did not know I had ADHD until this year. And now that I know, it clicked. It's like, oh, I understand why I've hobby hopped and jumped from hobby to hobby to hobby and could never settle on one. It's because they didn't hold that hyperfixation. They didn't meet that dopamine intake need that the ADHD brain needs. So then I switched to electronics, and I'll be damned if it didn't make it all. I was like, oh, well, good. This is so much to keep me busy that now I don't have to stress about it. Nothing, like I don't run out of things to do anymore, and therefore I don't hit that down, burnt out, nothing feels entertaining, nothing feels magical anymore. Now there's so much to do that I don't have time to stop and worry about it. So now that the brain is properly entertained with stuff to do, it makes work easy. So yeah, I would say finding out that little bit of information would have been great as a child, because then I could have explained why I couldn't focus in school. But
I didn't have the language to explain these things as a child, so I was treated as a child that doesn't get to speak and only speak when spoken to, and I'm the quiet autistic and I'm nonverbal. Well, yeah, I was nonverbal. I was never allowed to talk, so I figured if I just be quiet, I'd learn more. Turns out when you're quiet, people think you don't listen. When you're quiet and you don't pay attention, people think you can't hear them. And so I've spent 30 some odd years basically absorbing conversation other people have had about me while I'm in the room. And I'm going, boy, if only you knew what I heard and how much I really understand. Now as an adult, my speech comes more freely. I can say what's in my brain. And people say, well, you don't seem autistic. I'm like, well, that's because I've spent 30 something years learning how to speak, you know? But I still remember my whole life, so I can still go back to when I was a child and go, hey, remember that time that this happened and I was really upset and you couldn't figure out why? Well, this is why. Because I have an eidetic memory, which also means I remember most of my entire life, except for the really traumatic bits. Those are a little bit kind of spotty, but not so much that I can't remember it. So there is a lot of things that are known now that were not known in the 90s. In the 90s, growing up, when you were like diagnosed autistic, people treated you really badly. Down here anyway. I don't know if that's the same everywhere, but in this state, I was definitely not the only autistic, but I was one of the people that I was able to mask well enough that people didn't know immediately. And so I wasn't treated as badly. But not every autistic person can speak readily, and not every one of us can mask. And so, because I did possess some sort of speech, I was officially diagnosed with what they used to call Asperger's syndrome. And well, now we all know that that's not a real thing, and it's been outdated, and now they just call it ASD for autistics or autism spectrum disorder. And to be honest, having lived it, like living, breathing, I'm doing this right now live, I can tell you right now that it's not much of a disorder. It's more of a way of thinking. My brain works in a very specific, literal way, and I don't really have any disorder. It's all order. My brain is ordered. It's just not ordered in the way a neurotypical thinks. You know, I'm wired to be very detail-oriented and not worry about bigger picture stuff, which is not a good thing. It's good to be aware of the big picture, which is what I've been training my brain to do the last bit. Now I've put 3 of those. I'm gonna take a quick break. We now have flux. Put the flux on the pen. Let's go. Happy 420. Cheers to everybody. We're so far, we have one more board and then the jack sockets. Yeah. You know, coffee has a different effect on my brain too. Coffee doesn't make me go turbo. Not drinking coffee, on the other hand, does. Coffee has the opposite effect on my brain. It doesn't act as a stimulant. Like, when I drink coffee, it makes me tired. It doesn't make me go to sleep. Caffeine in general. Melatonin doesn't work on me. I never knew why melatonin didn't work. Now I do. Melatonin does not work on the on the ADHD brain. And just in case anybody is wondering, like if you are officially diagnosed with ADHD, that does not necessarily mean that you are also autistic and vice versa. Like, they are separate things. It's just that they are commonly co-occurring. It's common that they both can happen in the same person. I mean, it's not, but they are different, you know? Like, for me, okay,
my autistic brain, everything must be in a place. It must be ordered. It needs to be labeled, easy to get to, easy to see. Got to be nice and neat. The ADHD brain side of me does not care about any of that. As long as I can see it, I'll remember it. If I can't see it, I can't remember it. However, if I have a big massive pile of junk, I could tell you where everything is in that pile of junk, even if I can't see anything in it. But if you touch it and move it, I'll never find it again. That's the ADHD side. The autistic side, however, knows that why is it not in its place in the first place? And so my workbench used to be like a living example, because half of it was perfectly organized and labeled and everything. And my ADHD kicked in about halfway down the workbench, and the rest of it was just big piles of bags everywhere. And anybody, like, I know you guys have seen some of the older streams that were more crowded. Yeah, that's what happens when both of those play together. If you were to ever visit my house in real life, the bottom of my workbench screams autistic organization. The top half screams ADHD organization. I'm not kidding. Like, it's very, very different. The top shelf looks so different from the bottom shelf that you would think two different people organized it. But yet I could find everything. You noticed I reached up and grabbed, the only reason I didn't grab the Eurorack modules because the ones that aren't messed with are buried. I know they're buried. But anyway, heck yeah, cheers, Scruff. I definitely re-upped mine. My coffee's running low, so I might have to go grab coffee soon. But anyway, yeah, I would say that the thing that has helped me though the most of all, like I would say the combination of the two. Okay, I hyperfixated, which is for the autistic brain. Hyperfixation is nothing. It's not. I'm very focused on what's in front of me, which is basically what I'm doing now. I'm focused on what's in front of me. Hyperfixation is I'm so focused on what's in front of me that everything else ceases to exist. I almost don't eat, almost don't drink, almost don't sleep. Hyperfixation. That's why Cinco de Vicio only took like 29 days to go from zero kicad experience, zero kicad knowledge to a professionally made PCB. I don't know how that happened, other than I was so focused. I remember being so laser focused that I forgot people existed for a month. And I lost one of my friends because of that. They said, well, you were real distant and didn't talk to me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I was really laser focused. Like, so focused that even if you would have walked in the room and talked to me, I wouldn't hear you. If you've ever talked to somebody and they not hear you, I bet you they're hyper focused. I'd put money on it. Looking around and that's something else. The state of your workbench is not an indication of whether you have a neurotype or not, by the way. I'm just saying that because of my neurotype, my workbench is the way it is. There's a difference there. You see what I'm saying? My workbench is a side effect, not the other way around. Like, my workbench happened to be just a workbench until my brain said, well, you got to organize it, right? Everything in a place, everything has a place, it needs to be in its place. Got to do it. I got to do it. And I said that out loud and kept organizing until about halfway, and then my ADHD brain says, well, you've got all the dopamine you can get out of that. It's no longer fun, which means now you can't do it anymore. And executive dysfunction kicked in, and it stayed messy for, until now. So, it's not just because you have a messy workbench doesn't mean you should say, oh, I'm worried about it. Because, that messy workbenches, that comes with just being a tech in general anyway. But my workbench is organized and messy, but it's organized chaos messy, not stuff just, piles up over time and we know where everything is in the pile. Does that make sense? I hope it does. let's see. I don't see any more 200Ks. We about knocked this one out already. It's going on. It's going. What do we'll just do 1K. They're right in our face. We'll do 1K next. I know there's a 1K which is 25. That's this one. So yeah, I'm so looking forward to giving a review. I'm gonna do when I say review, when I do the tour, I'm gonna give my feedback like in the tour video, because I would say that these were they were really fun to put together. They were easy to put together. The components are very, very easy to source. I was curious about, because my kids, they're musically inclined as well. They love music. They play on my guitar, the one that I built them, a ukulele, and I've been building a synthesizer like short enough so that they could at least reach the keys. They can't really reach the patch cables and stuff, but they can reach the keys and the pads and stuff. So I figured, family fun, right, with the synthesizer, why not? And these are something that they could put together. Like if they learn how to handle a soldering pencil safely, I would let them put these modules together. They're not hard. They're not something a beginner couldn't do. Even this big board here, this one is something a beginner could do, definitely. That drum module is the only one that would be it. You know what Sam is honest about? He says it right there on the page. Don't do it as your first one. Not recommended as your first one. I would say third one after you built two of them. Like it's not even hard. It's just crowded. it's just really crowded. Let's see. There's that other 10K. I knew there was another 10K in there somewhere. And if you don't even do synthesis and want to get into it, this would be a good option, to be honest, because it goes back to it's not costing you a down payment on a house. Eurorack can quickly become the down payment on a house. Let me give you an example. This modulation station, it's $60 US. This is a quad LFO, all right? Well, that's not a fair comparison. Okay, never mind. The drum module, the Twin T drummer, that's a $30 module, I think. That's a good comparison. It's a drum module. It's got it's got 6 triggers, all right? Well, there's a noir drum module. It's a Eurorack drum module. It's $600, and it has six triggers. Same amount of triggers. It's like $600. I'm not kidding. You could look that one up. It's the Azure Noir, Black Noir or something drum module. I don't know. It's a Eurorack module. Choker's $650, I think, something like that. And it's got the same amount of triggers as this Twin T drummer. And I built the Twin T. I don't know how much the parts cost. Don't quote me there. But the module itself was $30. And, well, resistors are cheap, so I don't know. I would call this dirt cheap on the scale of, am I wiping my butt with gold, or am I, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's high quality, cheap price. So, yeah. 13 is 4. Oh, we did miss a 4.7. We missed that 13 one. That's the oddball one. All right, so that's right here. Cool beans. Yeah, the cost of Eurorack is, oh my God. There's some Eurorack modules that break the $1,000 mark too, just for one module. One. I haven't even. I don't want to know how much I've spent already. Not gonna lie to you. I don't really want to know, but I know it ain't nowhere near that. No way. I don't even make that much in years. Like, I'm embarrassed about how much I make. Let's see, 24K. Anyway, those damn Eurorack modules are so expensive, and I don't understand. You could buy DIY Eurorack modules not so expensive, by the way. I know you can. I think Erica Synth sells a lot of really cheap ones. I'm just saying, like, Eurorack can very swiftly become an insane investment. And I'm saying insane because there's a lot you can get out of these modules. I feel like you're not getting anything extra out of a Eurorack. Like, no offense to Eurorack in general. Just, I mean, having built these ones and how much you can do with just these few, I don't know why you would go Eurorack unless you just like Eurorack and don't build it. That would be why they don't build it. They're not DIY. Some people have money so they buy it, and some people DIY it because they're poor and broke like me. That's why I don't like DIY channels that show stuff like turning lathes and big heavy machinery. I'm like, that's no longer DIY, bro. You're semi-professional. You have shit that people that can't, like, that's not DIY anymore. DIY is everybody watching at home could feasibly do this stuff, you know? Like, that's what DIY is. You're not a professional, so you're doing it yourself. Well, I've seen some DIY channels. It's like, bro, you're a professional. You're just saying DIY to be saying DIY. You're not actually doing anything yourself. You got an entire professional shop, you know? And it just blows my mind how these channels are. Like, why don't you just say, we're going to build this stuff, like, name it a tech channel. Call it something tech. Don't say DIY if it's not really something you can DIY, you know? That's my only thing. I think they misunderstand what DIY stands for. Like, this DIY, you could do everything I'm doing on my channel. I make sure it's something that everybody could easily do. For one, if I can do it, most people making more than $700 a month could afford it too. But more importantly, everything that I've worked with so far is through hole, easy to source, inexpensive. You know, that's the key things. Everybody, the tools, soldering pencil, some pliers, good to go. Solder, you know, the actual solder itself, soldering pencil. So far, to build this module, I've needed that and solder and a solder pencil. You don't need anything else. You don't even need the crimper for the IDC connectors. You can use your basic pliers, like a plumber wrench if you got one, or you could squeeze it between your fingers if you're willing to squeeze it hard enough to potentially make your hand sore. I mean, I'm just saying, you don't need any extra tools to build these modules versus, like, I watched one channel the other day. It's supposed to have been a DIY project, but he whipped out a CNC machine and CNC milled a PCB right there in his shop. Everything. And I'm going, you know, I've got a CNC machine. I don't know how to use it. It was $300 original purchaser. It was given to me. I didn't buy it. But if I would have had to buy it, that's $300. That's a whole lot of friggin' projects. And your common DIYer, not only are they not going to have a CNC machine, they might not be able to afford the CNC. And even if they could afford it, the learning curve, I can't even get it to readily work right out of the box. And I'm a very tech savvy person. Like, tech shit don't scare me at all. And it's still taking me, like, I've had to read the book and I got it to calibrate, but I haven't even done a PCB off of it yet. But that would cease to be DIY. That would turn into like semi-professional stuff. That's why I did like the board etching and using a laser printer. Most people have laser printers for like their homework stuff. If you don't have a laser printer, you could use a Sharpie and draw your traces out and still use ferric chloride, or there was another one that gives off oxygen as a side effect. It's a sodium base or something like that. I'll have to go look. Anyway, I just feel like DIY has changed over the years. It used to mean this is something you could do yourself, to look at what I can do in my semi-professional shop. Actually, some of those people have professional shops they're doing it in. Like, that's why I still enjoy stuff like Big Clive and Scruff Dog's channel and Look Mom No Computer, all of those channels. That's stuff everybody can just do, you know? Like, if you really want to do it and you want to learn how, you could do it. There's no reason why not. But then, okay, I'm not going to name the ones. There's no reason. But there's a couple of tech channels that claim DIY, but unless you have about $25,000 in machinery, you cannot do what they're doing. And I hate to break it to the general public, but you know, not everybody does make good money. As much as I know and as skilled as I am, I only make $700 a month. I can't afford $20,000 worth of equipment. And so even though I can do DIY, all of that's out of my reach for sure. So I feel like, yeah, let's leave DIY to people that are not actually semi-professional even. Broke. Because then it's do-it-yourself at that point. You know? Everybody can do it. When everybody can do it, it's do-it-yourself. When it's only the people with the good, nice machinery can do it, it's I almost ate that lead. It is semi-professional. That's the way I feel about it. Like, okay, there's nothing wrong with being a professional and sharing your DIY stuff, but at least make it accessible if it's going to be called a DIY project. You know? I don't know. I'm ranty, I guess. I'm ranting because I saw a video saying do it yourself, and this buddy whipped out a welding machine. He whipped out a TIG welder, first off. Do you know how many people just have a TIG welder laying around with argon and all the right gear? Just off top. I don't even own a welder anymore. I used to have an electric stick welder. Back from the Mesozoic era, had a giant pole wart transformer inside of it. And it got stolen because somebody wanted it more than me. But I don't personally even know anybody in real life, despite I've got plenty of friends that have a lot of money. I don't have any friends that have a TIG welder. One of my friends makes 6 figures, for reference. I'm not going to tell you their name or nothing, but they do like street work and they make 80 hours a week. Yeah, they make good money. Oh my God. And even they don't have a welder. They're like, I can't afford it. I'm like, what you mean? You make so much money? They're like, yeah, bills. They bills always match your income. Funny how that works, huh? So, yeah, I don't know. At what point do you draw the line from DIY to this is professional? Spot on. I have a Miller lunchbox article. Hey, there you go. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be ugly either. There's nothing wrong with having your channel. Have your channel. Share your shit. Just don't call it DIY, please. Because what I'm doing is DIY. Everybody could do this. But not everybody could go build what was that channel that built a fucking, it was like a turbojet engine or something. It was like DIY turbojet. And I'm like, okay, no, you did it yourself.
with enough tools to fill up a local college like campus. One of those, you know what I'm talking about? The campus shops. Like nobody's got no working family person, average Joe. There's a lot of people that have it, sure. There's a lot of people that even have the money to buy that. But your average Joe sitting at home watching YouTube videos going, how can I learn to do something fun? Something that's not going to break my bank. They're going to type in DIY. And they're going to start finding these channels and immediately get put off and go, maybe I'm just not as skilled, or maybe it's this, or maybe that, not knowing that what they're looking at is not actually DIY. Like a DIYer will look at it and go, yeah, that's semi-professional. And that's kind of, yes, it is technically still DIY because you're not a company and you are doing it yourself. Like I built my house, but I didn't do videos on that on my channel. I think I did one video where I said, I finished my house, I finished the bedroom, yay. But I didn't do videos on it because not everybody could build their house. Like, yes, I only used a hammer, nail, and a screw gun, a handsaw, but I had a miter saw. Okay, a miter saw, that's a big tool. That's a really big tool for a lot of people. For me, I inherited the miter saw. It was not a big deal, but I know how much they cost, especially right now. That's kind of a privilege to have a miter saw. I have a skill saw. I have tools that and even more importantly, when I did my house, I have an air compressor and air tools. So that's another huge, tremendous help because I was able to do it all by myself. So yeah, technically my whole house was DIY, but I didn't do videos on it because not your average Joe is going to have a framing nailer, a brad nailer, a high volume compressor, and skill saws and table saws and a miter saw laying around to work with, just saying. And I had those things. So that's why you don't see any house build videos on my channel. It's because I didn't do it with only tools you could have, like an average Joe could get. If I would have done it all with basic hand tools, oh hell yeah, that would have been a real good YouTube thing to do because everybody could have done it. Bearing in mind physically able, that's a big important thing there. Being physically able to move that stuff. For size reference, I'm actually 6'2". When I started building the house, I was 350 pounds. Now I'm 270 pounds. So I've lost a lot of weight building this house too. Dang, we're only 3 hours in and we're nearly through. That's optimistic. Realistically, we're 75. We're getting there. Oh, there's 3 of those. Goof. 3 of these, 2 of the powers. 3 and 2 powers. I did that last board too. La-ta-ta. There goes that shaking hands. But yeah, so I'm gonna probably, when I do the kids' bedroom, when I build I'm gonna try to build them their own like rooms. I don't know that I could do that. I might do a video on it, maybe, because I could I could have done the whole house with just hand tools. This bedroom, maybe not so much. The bedroom itself, because it was so tall, if I did not have an air nailer in one hand, I wouldn't have been able to do it because I was having to hold rafters in one hand, literally, my ceiling rafters, with one hand up against the central beam while holding the framing nailer in my other hand. And that SOB is heavy. So I'm over here holding like rafters in one hand and a framing nailer in the other hand up a 8-foot ladder, hoping I don't fall off. And that's on a leg that's held together by a titanium rod, mind you. I felt like a badass. So I finished building the house, and my friend was like, "Why didn't you build? What, you've done all this other YouTube videos. Why didn't you do a YouTube video on building the house?" And I'm like, "You don't understand. DIY. How many people do you readily know can build a house? I'm lucky. My granddad is a carpenter. He's been a carpenter his whole life. I learned from him. The way he taught me was to build a small dog house. And I built a dog house big enough for a dog I had. It was like a medium breed dog, 50, 60 pound breed. And it was a front porch on it. And he, after I finished building it, after he got through showing me how to build it, he said, "Now, that's how you build a house." We built it proper. It's got a real foundation. It's still standing to this day. And we built that back in '02. That's 20 years old, and that doghouse is still standing. It's got a real roof on it. It's got real framework. The only thing that separates it from being a real house standard is it does not have electrical. It does not have interior walls, insulation, or carpet. But outside of that, it's structurally exactly the same. And when he told me, he said, "Now, go build your house." Or rather, he didn't say go build your house. He said, "Now I can build one if I wanted to." Well, when I reached a point to where if I didn't build a house, I wouldn't have a place to live, I remembered, oh wait, you know what? Hey, Papa, can I have that old shed? It was a caretaker cottage. The original building structure used to be a caretaker cottage back in the 70s, 60s and 70s. And the previous owner passed away. Thankfully not in the house, elsewhere. Anyway, so I took over the shed and I tore it down. I tore it down until I started running into stuff that was really good quality. Tore everything else out. Left only the good stuff, which was basically 99% of the original structure gone. And I rebuilt it into my living house it's got a kitchen. It's a real kitchen, real bathroom, living room. It was never a shed. We just used it as a shed. But it was originally a caretaker cottage, which has only a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Well, obviously, I got a family, so that's not big enough. So I added a bedroom onto it. And the bedroom is actually 16 by 24. So the logic there was when I finished building a bedroom, if I ever needed an emergency bedroom, I could build a wall right dead middle, and I would have two 12 by 16 rooms for the price of the one build. And so far, that's been the best decision because I love this bedroom. It houses my studio and my YouTube stuff and me. But anyway, it's small, but it's mine. I built it. I get to be proud of that. Not many people can say they built their house, so it's definitely a privilege. But that's the reason I didn't do any YouTube videos on it, is because, again, it goes back to it's no longer DIY. I did it, and I wouldn't even consider it semi-professional, but I invested, I saved up for months, and I invested in some really good tools to make that job happen solo. And unless you've got that kind of money and you're watching YouTube and you up and say, "I want to do that," you're not going to be able to just up and do that. And then even then, it would be a series, and I don't know. There's plenty of professional building videos online that are far better than me anyway. So, I don't know. That was too many reasons not to do it, is the reason I never did one. But that's all right. I wished I would have done time lapse at least, would have been nice to go back and watch me build it. I watch my own videos to kind of see, am I improving or am I stagnant? So far, I feel like I've been improving. But we are, I would say this is early stages of the way the channel is now. The channel used to be only guitar, and I never talked, ever. I would just play.
And that was it. I played guitar. So if you guys have seen those older videos, that was a time where I was nonverbal. I didn't talk a lot. That's what nonverbal looks like. I've got video evidence. Like 10 years of me just not talking. Had no reason to. I've talked in a few of my videos. I know I have. But for the most part, I don't. I started talking because I realized, you know, enough people tell you you're boring. It does eventually start to get to you a little bit. I stopped worrying about myself and trying to get this done and started going, well, how can I not be boring? I don't want to be boring. I'm not boring in real life. You know, I laugh a lot. I laugh easy though. I guess that's fair. A fair assessment, I mean. But I don't know. I get taken the wrong way so much that at this point it's like whatever. Like I was trying to get some stickers made for being ADHD and being autistic. I actually tried to get some stickers made. I ended up having to go through an expensive. I paid $80 to get these stickers made, or $85 or something to get the. This is 8080s. I'm not kidding. Let me zoom in. That's 80 different fonts with 80. And this is 8080s, but shrunk for being ADHD and autistic. So I ended up making those myself and going through like a different company. But I was gonna go through like a fellow maker. And the way they kind of acted, I was like, you just seem like maybe I better just go on and go to a professional shop that's not gonna ask me questions. Because when I wanted to get the stickers made, my question wasn't how can I improve on the design. I need feedback on my design. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for how much are you going to charge me to make this into a sticker that I can then turn around and put on things. And I could never get a price, so I ended up going to a professional company. And I don't know. That's the way you get treated as an autistic person sometimes, you know? You get treated like your ideas need fixing. Which, this idea looks like it's ready to move on to the next stage. Oh, next stage. All right. Yes, I'm going to take a bowl break. Let's go. I appreciate you guys hanging in there for this build. I know it's a longer stream, but I'm grateful that it's coming together nicely. So we have a couple options. We can either start on the assembly of the subboards to the face panel, which is 32 knobs, 8 switches, 2, 4, 6, 8 LEDs, and 4 trimmer pots. Excuse me. Oh, and the headers. Or we can go to the jack sockets next. What do you guys think? Should we finish out these and go ahead and stick them onto the main board? Technically, that would probably be the best way to go, because then the jack sockets could then just plug in, maybe. Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. Let me get up the pin headers. I need to put in some pin headers. I'm going to pull out a couple of those. It looks like it's going to need it. Better to have too many and not need them than need them and not have them. If I had like spare change, I would have. I guess I could have bought the exact length and all that. But what I did was I went to a bulk seller and bought 40 pin or 48 pin or whatever these are. And that way I could just clip my own. So far that's been a pretty decent way to go about it, you know. It hasn't caused any issues. Sometimes you end up losing a pin that you wished, you know, maybe I didn't lose that many. Like there, you lose one pin like that. I've lost 2 pins, but that's fine because like that header, I can throw that back in the drawer and use it for something else. So I don't even need this extra one. Wow, that one, look at that. I caught that live. It fell right in. It knew it. It was like, let's go. Let's get in there. I'm ready. I wonder if that'll happen twice. Is it going to happen twice? Can we get it twice? If I cut it just right? It didn't fall in, but you know what? It stayed. Oh, it fell in then when I wiped this other lead off. We'll count that. That counts. Finish the boards and then they're complete. Then you can, yeah. I'll do that. We'll do that. We'll go ahead and we'll finish the boards off because, yeah, I do not. I'm thinking like, okay, the bright side here, once these headers are all installed, you know, the jack sockets plug into the headers from the back. So it'll work out to be, once these go into the main board, they wouldn't have to come back out like I normally do. The other modules, I do the jack sockets first and they end up having to come back off long enough to like put these subboards in. So by finishing these boards, yeah, we should just be able to plug right on in. One down. I always put a couple of tack welds because sometimes they don't seat quite the way you want them to, or the way they should. Oh, did I bridge that? No, I didn't. Okay. One thing I have learned is better get it right the first time than have to go back and redo it. So I've gone to a lot of like boards these days. I don't have to go back and redo anymore. But there's been quite a few boards I had to go back and like fix. Oh, yep, like this one, those 2 tack welds. Now I can just kind of straighten that header up a little bit and good to go. Heck yeah. I'm so invested in this module. Like I'm gonna have to do a separate live stream of playing it. So yeah. When do you guys reckon? What you reckon? Should I do it on a weekend or a weekday? Do it on another weekday, or I mean, on oh my lord, on another Sunday, maybe. Wait, is tomorrow a holiday? I don't know. I don't want to just like spam up the stream and everything. Like, I didn't mean to stream during the Big Clive's patron live stream, but I didn't know if I was going to have the kids on Friday or not. And so I went ahead and did the stream on a Thursday. And then I was like, okay, well, I know the Saturday Night Clive, so I'm not going to do it Saturday. And then Scruff had a stream at 1 p.m. my time. And I was like, okay, well, I will push this stream. Cool, those are all finished. Wow, that was quick. I'll push these all the way till like the last bit, so I did it at like 4 or something. I'm double checking to make sure I didn't miss any components before we try to assemble this into the main module. One moment. So far so good. Oops. Yeah, buddy. So far, so good. All right, now let's start breaking out. Oh, that's a lot of
should break out the whole drawer. And I'm going to use all the ones that have all their screws on them too. So we need 32 of these. Then you can do the sockets. Oh yeah, I read that one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for organization. I almost did all of this before the stream, but everybody said they wanted to see jack sockets, and so I held off. It is going to be fun to see how it goes together, though, because they're all on the same board for once. Every one of them. They are all on the same board. Oh, but you know what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 6, 7, 8. What? 9, 3, 5. That's it says 8. No, that's 36 knobs. There's 36 knobs. There's what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's not 8 per board. There's 9 per board. Get out of here. There's 36 knobs. I stand corrected. I don't have enough of the green. Oh no. I don't have enough of the green knobs that I bought for it. That's emotional. Emotional damage. What? There's 9. Do I have enough knobs? Am I gonna have enough potentiometers? Well, stay tuned in the next Justice League. Oh shit. This is yeah, we're gonna find out. The bill of materials says 8, but there's 9 knobs in my face right here. There's very clearly 9 knobs. Unless I miscounted. I'm pretty sure I counted correctly though. Looks like 9. Yeah, there's 9. What the frickin' A? So that means there's 4 extra knobs. I hope I have enough. If I don't have enough knob covers, at least that gives me an excuse to buy some more side cutters, because I promised myself that I was not going to buy anything else from Tadia unless it included some of these side cutters, because, well, it's that time. All right, these 100K trimmers. We need 100K trimmers. Need 32. 9 times 4. 9 and 9 is 18. Oh no. No. There's no marker on this one. Remember I said that in the Twin T drummer, how some of these modules didn't have a marker for the twisty bit. Where's the module? How is the twisty bit organized? Is it further in or further out? It's further in. Good deal. So, okay, future, it's this side. And I want to verify that, so I'm going to bend these out. And let's grab this station. Which one is waveform pot? That's a different one. 10K instead of 100K. Oh, waveform. Good eye. Appreciate that. Thank you. I do have 10K. Where's my 10K? 10K alpha pots. So that means I need 1, 2, 1, 2, 4 of them, right? So, no! I don't even have all split shaft. Okay, wait. Here's 3. Is there one more? I see a split. Perfect. Cool. That was a little bit of panic. I appreciate that. Good looking out on the 10K. I did not know that. I thought they were all the same. That would be why. That would be why I missed it. Let's go back over here. Linear 10K. You're right. You're so right. I'm so sorry. I apologize. It is right here on the data sheet. It's right above. I told you I might be dyslexic. All right. Well, crisis averted. Well, okay. The knobs weren't the not these. This is not what I meant. These. I meant these. Like, am I gonna run out of my actual knobbies? Not the potentiometers. Sorry for the confusion now. All right, now we need switches. The switches should be single pole dual throw, but I'm gonna, yeah, single pole. Hey, are they're the on, right? Because remember, we ran into, I have 3 different kinds. I have single pole dual throw on off on, single pole dual throw on off momentary, single pole dual throw momentary off momentary, and single pole dual throw on, which is this one, where it's just up and down. Only saying because I've been caught out like that before. Yeah, well, I appreciate that because you're daggum right. It was a 10K pot. This says wave bank, single pole dual throw switch. And since there's only 2 waveforms to choose, I'm guessing that it's a on, right? So that's what I'm thinking. And we need 2 of those. I did organize these, but I am still checking them. So, yeah, I appreciate you checking on that, saying that, because I would have thrown 100K in there. Not that it's gonna hurt it. It would just not function as desired. You know, definitely not. This should just. Oh no. Oh no. First off, I assembled all 4 of them wrong, and oh, damn. I followed the footprint. Well, it fits together. The tremor pot's in a good spot. But let me tell you what I did wrong. Every header is on the wrong side. I followed the footprint, which the footprint for it is on this side. But the header should have gone on this side. Damn, that's a lot of solder to take out. Oh, shit. This is where I wished I had that thing that Brad's got. It's like a mechanical solder pencil. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that hurts my feelings. I gotta go and take all of this apart now. I was so zoned out that I was just looking right there at the footprint, and I didn't even notice that the footprint was on the wrong side of the board. That's my fault. I should have known better than that. And I say should have known because their damn pots don't go on the side that you plug your jack sockets into. They're taller. That's just common sense there. Oh man, the amount of that's gonna take an extra 30 damn minutes, I bet you. I'm so sorry. That's full dumb mode right there. Oh man, I can't believe I did that. And I did every one of them that way. God damn. Oh, my heart. This is all my fault. That's what I get for zoning. I zoned too far. And I don't have, like, the speedy way to do it either. I got to do it this way. Oh, that's... Damn. Oh, my damn. I can't believe that shit. Will it let go? No, of course not. Oh, I do not want to have to individually pull pins. Maybe I can clear them all out. I got to put my head in the way. I'm sorry. I'm trying to see down in there to see if I can clear them all away.
It's looking like it's possible. Maybe. First thunderstorm knocked the power out. Oh, damn. There it is. That one did it. I gotta heat it up a long time. That's all. That's all. Okay. It'll come on out. Well, not a long time, but like a little bit longer than the regular ones. I can't believe I did that. This is the drawback to live, is that's on the internet forever now. I don't know how many pins I just screwed up, but that's a lot of this is a lot of reverse. I might actually have suffered a little bit of emotional damage on that one. Oh, fuck. Let go. Just let it go. Let it go. How far will I go? Damn it. I can't even get that out of there. Oh, mercy heavens. Gotta switch hands. Maybe right-handed solder will help. I can't believe I did this. Freaking A. I'm almost willing to sacrifice headers at this point. Alright. T minus. Oh, I don't want to do that. That's a waste. That is such a waste to have to go back. I might actually have to tear this thing apart and just use new headers. I can't get it to even, it won't even wiggle. I can't believe this happened to me today. I'm just going to have to pull this whole thing out and reconstruct the pins. That sucks. I mean, it happens. It just, damn. That of all things that could have screwed up, it picked this thing. Like, that's a really large amount of reverse work. Let me get this solder out of the way. That's gonna bug me. Just keep hitting my hand, my sensory issues. All right, I will throw you somewhere. There we go. Well, now I gotta switch hands and go this way because I can't even use pliers with that hand. Flip the board the right direction and you shall be able to remove the pin. Damn, ooh. I'm doing this because it's fun. It's so much fun. Except for when it's not, and then it's not. Pain in the ass. Fuck. I cannot believe I did this shit. Oh my god. This is never happened. Like, of all things that I've done, I've never put in a whole header backwards. This is so many pins. And I've got to do this 3 more times. Are you shitting me? I don't blame you if you unsubscribe right now. Like, if everybody just starts unsubscribing and leaving, I don't blame you. I'd be upset too. Oh shit. It's just so oh man. It's a good thing I have anything to do. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Yo, I don't want to break out the helping hands for this, but I'm about to. I just want this pin to come out. It's not getting hot enough. And if I don't hold on to it, then I won't be able to get it out at all. So I'm kind of at an impasse with this pin. Come on. There's not that much solder in there. I don't use that much. There. Jeez. It did not want to let go. I bet you that was the one holding. Now I got to rebuild. Okay. I'm not trying to take up the live stream. So I don't know what to do here. I think I'm going to clear these holes and just move on to taking the pins out of the next one, I guess. I can't believe I did that. That's tragedy. Oh my God. Please. Thank you. I'm overloaded already. You might actually see an autistic meltdown for the first time in history. One moment. We're gonna woo-saw that. Teenager me, this would not be a good time to be alive. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut my losses here. It's my last module. I'm gonna cut my losses and just make a new one. These normally can be reassembled. It hurts me to throw them away. I'm gonna let it go. It's not worth it. I care about not losing my temper. And it's making me more frustrated to try to salvage it. So, you know what? What's a few headers in the grand scheme of things, right? Woo-saw, and on we go. I do apologize for the total re-engineering of this project midstream. I was hoping it wouldn't have hiccups, but you know, it happened. It's how we deal with them, I reckon. That's what I'm going to tell myself today. That could have, I'm not going to lie to you, I borderline could have had a meltdown on a bad day. And my solder is stuck. That's the first. There we go. This is just, I mean, it's, we aren't in a hurry. Yeah, I took a break. I took me a little woo-saw break. I don't mean to lose my, like, calmness, but, you know, that's why I don't talk fast like an ADHD. I'm very mindful of my acceleration curve. Meltdowns, the seeming, the tantrum-like things that people like to say are temper tantrums, they're not. They're scary. It's a fight or flight response, but they're manageable, especially when you take the time. Like, you have to be mindful. So for me, like, I'm over here I realized how quickly it was frustrating me. I had to put all this down and take a step back because, yeah, it's just, okay, what good is it going to do me if I don't, you know? It'll just be frustrating. I'll end up shutting down the live, the build won't get done, I'll probably get made fun of, there's all kinds of, I mean, it's just not worth it. So that's on the right side as it should be now. We can put this potentiometer back in here. And we're gonna put in a couple of green LEDs. I'm gonna go ahead and assemble this board like we said. We're just going to put it all the way together. And then yeah, so pop that in. Let's grab the modulation station. Make sure all those are seated good. It should be good. Yeah, cool. Always do jack sockets every time. Yeah, all right, Skull. That's fair. I'll keep that in mind when I do the future builds. I'll keep those in the video because I almost didn't. I almost like forewent and did it beforehand, like as a preliminary. I don't know. I'm just glad that it's moving on along. It's coming together. We've got the first, all the boards are assembled. At this point, it's just putting together, putting this face panel together. And like I said, I assembled the boards first this time so that I like literally, when I'm done putting this LFO module on the back of this panel and I tighten the bolts down, flip it over and solder it, then the whole panel and the LFO can go off to the side and I'll be done with it. You know? That was my logic there. That way I could just complete it in sections. So as soon as I get this thing finished, it's going to set to the side and I'll flip the pin. I'll take the pins out and put a new header in and on and on. 3 more times. Hold it again. Oh, mercy. They make a little wrench for this, I think. It's not worth using in my opinion because, I mean, there's not but like 2 or 3 turns and then it's on. The initial turns are to get it to start. And then once it's started, you're only turning it like 2 or 3 times before it's, you know, all the way on. Did I put the, oh, hold up. 10K, 10K, 10K. No extra pots on the table. We didn't, okay. We didn't screw up, right? Yes, we did. We forgot the bolt on one of them, so the washer fell off. I'm gonna shine my flashlight. I don't trust myself. That is 10K, cool. I should have trusted myself, but I didn't. All right, so these, we tighten those down. And flip it over, and those LEDs, yep, they popped in place, perfect. Here goes the first module, yes sir. I've got to do LEDs. I always install the chips very last, by the way, so if anybody's wondering why there's empty sockets, it's because I don't want to put anything in here until at the very last second. That way I can focus on the build side, get any buildy stuff out of the way. I don't trust that. Now I do. I don't know why, but sometimes there's just something about the way the solder mound looks. Like it looks bubbled instead of a Hershey's Kiss, if that makes sense. Almost like it didn't go down in the plated hole. Besides, they're potentiometers. They can handle a little bit extra heat. They're not they don't have like sensitive internal circuitry. Now those 4 went perfect. Those went perfect. Yeah, maybe it's just something, I don't know. Maybe it's just a couple of those had a little oxidation on it, maybe. I could have done it. And then, you can, of course, the flux from the... Oh, don't bridge that. Did I bridge that? No, I didn't. The flux from it cleans off that oxidation enough, and then it'll be like, all right, I'm good now. No worries. I've been well lubricated. Oh, I'm going to tell you guys something. I did this before the stream. This was right after Scruff Dog. By the way, that was a really good stream. I appreciate that. I was watching. I was going to hang in there. I didn't care. You could have gone as long as you wanted to for future reference. If I'm watching somebody stream, I'm not like... there's nobody else that would ever be worried about my stream while I'm in theirs at the same time. But if I'm watching your... Oh, my words. If I am watching your stream, I'm not about to go leave until it's over with because I've already invested in it. So you could have ran all the way into my stream and I'd have been like, well, they just have to wait because I'm watching something right now. We're in the middle of this light or the drone, which I am fascinated by that drone. And as to the green knob, that's totally fine. Green knobs are kind of my thing. I'm just glad it matched the case. That's what made me happy. Oh wait, there's the switches. Right in my face, them great big ones. And then I'm gonna check chat and have another cheers. Do a cheers to Scruff and his setup looking good. That is a really cool little drone that you're digging apart too. I'm not gonna lie, when you first took the dome off, it surprised me that circuit board was sitting on top of the dome. I half expected it to be buried in between the shell of the plastic. So I'm gonna cheers to that. Heck yeah. I really expected you to have to take the whole drone apart though to get to that. I believe that's everything. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we now have... Heck yeah. All right. We'll put the knobs last. So this goes off to the side. And now we get to butcher this one as we did the other one. I still can't believe I did that. Like, what's... Oh, it's not for the faint. Oh, electronics, man. You know, my dad, he does models. He does these little models. And I don't know how because I don't have the patience for it at all. And you know what he told me yesterday or like day before whenever I got through telling him about the drum module? He's like, yeah, I couldn't do electronics. I don't have the patience for that. I'm like, bro, dude, I say the same thing about what you're doing. I don't have the patience for model building. And you're over here talking about I don't have the patience for electronics. I'm like, you're over here painting tiny things. Don't have the patience. All right. It just cracks me up because I'm going, yeah, I say that same thing about his hobby. I don't have the patience for model building. That's so much detail. So, I don't know. I would say it's probably he just doesn't want to do it, is what he means to say. He means to say, like, I don't really want to do electronics. It's not my thing. And that's fine, because you know what? I do have the patience for model building. It's just not my thing right now. I did model building once upon a time, and it was fun. But right now, this has got my interest. And, you know, so... Yeah. I expect to learn stuff too. This should be... Yeah. See, when I started synthesis, like learning this stuff, I didn't really know much about audio circuitry. I knew some stuff, but I knew, when I say I knew audio circuitry, I know stuff that you would expect to know as a ham radio operator, like calculating the length of an antenna, building an antenna, calculating what frequency you need the antenna to be. It's pretty much antennas. Well, turns out audio electronics like this, well, they're really, somewhat similar. I say somewhat similar broadly. Will this one come out as a whole? That one cleared the holes nicely. I wonder if I could pull it out like in one piece. I don't know. I would say what I've learned in audio electronics is that op amps, first of all, are everything. Op amps are life. And then when it comes to synthesis, it's not the same as guitar. In guitar, you're adding effects. That's pretty much the name of the game in guitar. You're adding effects. In synthesis, or at least most synthesis, it's subtractive synthesis. So you're actually starting with funky waves and taking and filtering them into other waves. That's why these, like VCOs, they don't have a sine wave, because a sine wave is, well, that's just a regular old any run-of-the-mill wave. That one's got to go. I couldn't salvage it. The pins are too stuck to wiggle it. These, I don't think I paid but like $2 for 20 of these, but still, it hurts me to have to waste them like that, because that means I have to pay for more, and well, yeah, that's $2 I could have went and bought a sandwich. What am I getting? I'm gonna check chat after I get this header in, if you guys are still there hanging with me. I really don't have the helping hands like nearby, otherwise I would use those to kind of help with this. Do I? No, of course not. Not within reasonable. It's like back up under my desk. It's like it, there we go. I was gonna say it's like it's coming out, but it doesn't want to come out. That one came out beautiful. This one just needed a little jiggle. I thought I cleared most of the solder out of there. Like, I didn't think there was enough left to really cause issues, but evidently. Oh, I still can't believe I did that. I know the footprint is on the wrong side and all that, but that's a me error, because I've put together enough of Kosmo modules, and they're all done the same way. All the jack socket boards are so much taller because of the jack sockets that these boards go on the actual face panel using the knobs and the switches, if there are any. And then the jack sockets plug into these on the back, the same side as the circuit. It's like powered like this side. All of them are that way. And I didn't do it. Somehow I still ignored the experience and went with what was in front of me. There we go. And the holes are cleared, so I can just go straight to putting in a header on that. I don't have to wait on it or anything. Yeah. I still, though, I should have known, should have went with my experience, but I didn't, as one does sometimes. bright side is I do have enough to be able to fix the problem. Like it's a non-issue. Ooh. Did I? Oh, I just barely got that correct. Oh, thank you. It's been a day for mistakes. At least we know if it don't work, it's my fault, right? Oh. Get in there. Show them what you're made of. Cool. These modules, yeah. Ignore the footprint. It's always on the side. You always solder the female header on the opposite side of the knobs. And I didn't do that this time. I've erred the hell out of that. Woo. So potentially the entire world gets to go, ha 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 ha, that dumbass doesn't know how to use a soldering pencil. And they would be mostly correct. Now I got to getting that many more. So we know we need 10K. We need one of those. And let me check chat real quick. I keep forgetting to do that. Random question, because what the heck? Does anyone know the name of the small version of the Arduino Pro? Arduino Nano, maybe? I've got some Arduino Nanos, but I don't know if they're like the Pro or not. That's why I said maybe. This has a locating tab on it. Did I cut that off on the other one? Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter enough, I don't guess. Let me see. Oh, it did angle the knob. You slick bugger. Whatever. I'm gonna cut it off of this one. We'll just have one funky knob. Now we gotta get 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many knobs and gaps. This is really just to keep everything organized so it doesn't slide all over the desk. Da, da, da. You know, the thing is, I could have avoided that whole mistake. I would have paid a little bit closer attention. I'm so glad headers are cheap. That was the cheap mistake, though. That was a cheap mistake. That wasn't an expensive one. If I would have say like reverse plugged in the LFO chips, oh god, then I'd have to wait for a couple of weeks for a set of replacements to get here, and that would be tragic. So I mean, there's worse things that could have happened, you know. Most definitely. And so far, that is the only thing that has gone. Now, it has taken so long that I'm not gonna try to like make everybody hang around and listen to see if it works. What I'll do, I'll take a break, I'll do a poll as soon as it's nearing completion, and see if you guys want me to do another live stream. Well, it'll be complete and ready for the tour. I won't be able to do a live stream. Ooh, dang, uh-oh. It's gonna be some suspense. It's going to be a little suspenseful, you guys. Uh-oh. Have we hit our first suspense where are you going to get to hear it or not? That's going to be... Oh, I got to think about that one. Let's see. This is the last one before the time lapse, which is an actual video and a tour and a talk about.
So I'm leaning toward there's not going to be a test live stream. It's just going to go. I'll jam on. I'll do the video first, and then when the video is uploaded, then I'll go and do a live stream where we just kind of play around with it, and make some noise with it. How about that? Does that sound irritating? I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to like just cram too much in a single day, because I'm for one, if I'm already screwing up some basic stuff like headers like that, it makes me want to take me a little, maybe a day or so break. Try not to put too much in a day. Daisy chain a few, huh? All right, so we remember it goes, this one's flipped the opposite way of the other one. So, yes. Cool. Remember, the knob goes on the inside. But I was just making sure, like, maybe they, for some reason, the bodies might have been different, but the pins are on the same side. Oops. What? There's no board. Wow. I didn't do that. Okay. There was supposed to be a board in my. Oh my God. I'm so sorry for the noise. I know that was loud. There was supposed to be this in front of me when I did that flip over. We are too deep. Oh my God. There we go. There was that nice click seat. It's starting to get kind of beefy, isn't it? Big Bessie. And this is one heck of a module for a finale, right? To be the final module before this, like, silent mode for a minute, because I really do have to design several. If I don't get them out of my head, they're gonna bug me. They're on repeat, going, you got this and this and this and that, and don't forget this one. And I'm just like, I don't have that kind of time. I've got so much on my plate. There's a video that's still got to get done. I want to get that oscilloscope off my workbench. It's been here the longest. That poor dude's been here a year, just sitting here. I want to be built. I want to live. I'm a real scope. It took so long to build it that I ended up buying one. I traded my JCM 800 for an oscilloscope. God. Some people would be upset at that. I know Brad. I think Brad from Brad's Guitar Garage, I think he was a little mad at me because I sold a JCM 800 tube amp, full tube Marshall amp. I sold it though because I've been playing guitar for 30 years, and I'm going to tell you something I've learned. I don't care what equipment I've played on, it sounds the same. It literally, it's the way I play. The way I play translates to everything I pick up because I'm playing off a sound. I play by ear. So it doesn't matter what equipment you give me. I'll be able to play what I'm used to playing. So, yeah, that's a thing with me. Because I play by ear, it doesn't matter that it's a nice big JCM 800 tube amp. At this point, I play just as good, and it sounds exactly the same going through 12 kilowatts of solid state amp as it did through that 100 watts of tube. Just saying. It doesn't have certain characteristics. Yeah, it's missing like some of the little harmonic in the low end. It's lacking a little bit of it's lacking the Marshall flair. Yeah, most definitely. But the tone, no, the tone's still there. The tone that I play,
And if you look at my videos, somebody even said that I sound the same in every video, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm using different equipment in every one of them. So if that's proof that it's the player and not the equipment, you could use that as a proof if you wanted to. Just saying. I think names are overrated. I think investing in your hobby, that is what matters. So having owned a JCM 800 2203 full valve Marshall amp for several years, and really I pushed it. I'm in my house, I can crank it. I cranked it up all the time. I'd have that joker pinned, and I've got some heavy duty hearing protection nearby for when I did that. Still, I can do that with my amp. I got 12 kilowatts of clean power over here, and I can actually turn it up louder than the Marshall amp, and it won't even feed back. I can make it feedback, and it'll sound similar. It won't sound as nice. The feedback doesn't sound as nice as the Marshall. Marshall feedback has a really nice feedback to it. But outside of the feedback, everything else sounds the same. So in my opinion, unless you're going for that particular profile, I don't know. I paid $300 for the solid state amp for the 6 kilowatt amp, and it does by itself. It can do the same thing. And I paid when I actually, if you don't, okay, it's not, I'm not going to tell you the graphic stuff, but just be aware that what I'm about to tell you happened to me is kind of, in essence, graphic. I was shot, and I was owed a certain amount of back pay money because I was declared disabled because of the damage it caused. Right? So I used that back pay to buy this thing. I would have never been able to afford that any other way. So just before anybody thinks that I went out and just bought it, like that, no. I dreamt of owning that thing for 20 years and never, even when I was making my good money, I couldn't afford it. So there was like, I saw an opportunity. I said, well, if I'm going to be stuck at home disabled and can't walk, I might as well play guitar. And so I invested in my music more. And now that led me to electronics. So I would say not all was bad, right? I got to learn how to do audio building. And this right here has been, oh my God, this is fun as heck. I can play music with electricity, man. What's good? What's up? I can feed 12 volts. I can feed 12 volts into this circuit, and it makes music. Like, what? Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so that's 2 oscillators installed. Let's go and get started on this next. Boy, it's getting messy on this workbench. We have made us a mess. How's chat doing? Was the Ken Flux Pierce now? What do you mean? I'm a little lost on chat. I'm sorry, guys. Wait a minute. There it is. Let's go ahead and take that. I'm sorry. I panicked. I keep thinking these are different. The 10Ks look different. The 10Ks have a different color to them. They're different heights too. So we need 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh God. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna have to switch to all these, I think, to make it the same height. The heights are a bit different on all of them. Oh, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Are we gonna have enough? Can we complete it? I can't believe how close it is to being done. Like 5 months. 5 months I've been building on this thing. Did I just throw it? I did. I see it through the... I started in working on Wanda officially October 1st with the Halloween synth, because I knew that was eventually going to be a part of it, because it's going to be like a drone for the side. All right, so that was number one. I finished it in time for Halloween. I took off November to think about the design and come up with the design for Synco to VCO. And then I spent all of December actually making, designing, fabricating, and yada yadas, whatever's. And so, cut the tab. Yeah, I've spent the last 6, let's see, was it 4? December's 5, November's 6. And then the tail end of October doesn't really count. So, say 6 months I've been building on this synthesizer. That's the only reason why there hasn't been any like regular videos, is because this has really taken my attention. I've been focused. And when I'm not building on it, believe it or not, it takes so much energy to build this thing. When I'm not building on it, I don't even get to play it. I have not played it since I started building on it. I think the playing that I have done, like the synthesizer videos, if you look, you'll see that I'm not playing on Wanda. I'm playing on I bought an actual... We're not gonna talk about what just happened. I've been playing on Wanda like at all, 0. But I have, however, been playing on the synthesizer that I bought, because somebody gave me some advice, and I cannot remember who. They told me, when you start on building a modular synthesizer, buy some type of real ready to go, ready to play synthesizer to kind of sate that need, you know, because you're gonna find out you're gonna wish you had it. And I didn't at first, not at first. Like I wasn't really invested at that time. But after I built the Halloween synthesizer, I started thinking maybe they might be right, and so I bought the Mini Brute 2. And when I say I'm glad I did, because I got real discouraged when I finished Synco to VCO, was so proud of it. Hell yeah, I'm ready to go. Oh wait, I still need all of this other stuff too. Whoops. A little bit oversight. Got a little bit too enthusiastic. So I had a synthesizer I could readily play though. And so I was like, that's fine. Well, while I'm waiting on parts, I played on that. But that's an actual synthesizer. It's not a modular. And they are different, like really different. So, yeah, I would say that if anybody is getting into it from scratch, it wouldn't hurt to get you an actual synthesizer first. I'm glad I did. I mean, maybe it's not like, maybe not everybody. But I am very glad that I bought one, because, yeah, times did get... There was a lot of waiting. Ouch. There was a lot of waiting in between modules. Like, believe it or not, that's the only reason I wasn't able to do one builder live stream every week. It's because I spent more time waiting on pieces and parts and bits and bobs. And what I could have done, I guess, is I could have got like enough modules on hand to take up several months and then started them, and then the remainder ones could be tacked on the end, and so there's a backlog and it wouldn't have been quite so many long breaks. But I'm not a professional, so I didn't think about that. You know, I love how I'm just having to redo work twice, because, you know, that good old ID10. It was, well, it's okay. It wasn't an ID10T error. okay? It was the interface between the chair and the soldering pencil. It's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, I know. I said I was going to check chat, but I got zoned out. I'm sorry if I've missed anything. I'm not trying to ignore it. Come out of there. There we go. Okay, so okay, makes sense. All right, makes sense. If you hold the thing closer to the very end of the pin, more heat can get down in there and it comes out easier. That's logical. I guess I should have known that. All right, so we gotta clear out a couple of holes and then we can move on. I am like that Mississippi humidity we've got. That's that constant throat clearing crap. Oh my god. You ever seen the Family Guy episode where there are a bunch of rich people sitting around the fireplace or whatever it is, the mantle, reading the newspaper, and they're like, and then finally at one point they're screaming at each other, and then in real life it's like if you live in Mississippi, that's your daily life. You just did like maybe in 8-channel. Oh, okay. All right, cool. You guys are talking about something that I don't even know. I'm not versed in that. I'm sorry. I don't know how to partake in that conversation. So I shall learn. I shall read and learn. I need to keep it as, yeah, seems reasonable. I tend to overcomplicate things, so I'm not a very good one to talk, but I agree. It's good to keep things as simple as possible for yourself, you know? But, you know, again, I overcomplicate shit, so I would be a hypocrite to say that that's the mandatory way to do it. That Synco to VCO, I could have built it like these modules, but instead I used ribbon cable interconnects because, well, you know, I'm not a smart man. And I thought it was a good idea to run 10 ribbon cables on the back of a board. In hindsight, not really the greatest idea. That's probably there's probably a lot of noise on that unnecessary noise. Like, you know, synthesizers are noisy anyway, but like unnecessary noise. Nervous laughter. I feel like that the kid on The Simpsons that sits on the bus that says, I'm in danger. That's me. Sorry, we're having a different convo in the chat. No, you're fine. Don't apologize. By all means. I'm learning. I will learn from that. You know, I got to go back and rewatch this thing to see if I got to delete or not, because I think I may have said a few cuss words too many. I hope I didn't. I'm a sailor in real life, you know, just saying. Army Hardies. I just try to not be that way online, you know. I mean, I'm not trying to promote swearing. It comes out, you know. It happens. Old habits die hard. All right, so now we need 2 more. Oh, mercy heavens. I got to pull them out of the bin. We'll just turn those like that. This is probably the messiest I've ever let my workbench get during a live stream. Normally it's all neat and orderly, try to keep everything, you know, in a place. But this is just like, this is the ADHD build today.
Oh, the autistic build took a break. That was the last stream. Now it's chaos. Anyway, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm flattening these unholy amounts of bend that they put in those, like the little lock washers. They're upturned. They almost look like they were punched out but never flattened, which is probably exactly what they did. What? I appreciate that. That's a big compliment to me. I enjoy watching other tech people's channels as well. Like, it's something soothing about watching something get put together, and I'm a sucker for it. I look like Big Clive and Scruff and what, Evie blog. I'm okay. I'm not gonna name the ones that require special treatment. But there's a few tech channels I have to kind of turn the volume down on, and I've always tried to be a little like lower than the yelling, because it can get intense. All right, so I think this one's ready to go on the back. Let's turn it this way. We're getting there. This is one big Bessie. Ooh, oh, let's upturn those switches. Uh-oh. Stay seated. I don't know why, but some reason they go in better when they're upturned. Maybe it's the angle I'm pushing it in at. And then LEDs fall in their respective holes. We have clickage. Wow, that was a very easy click. Did you see my joint just randomly like pop? That's always fun, right? Oh my God. This thing is getting to be a handful. This is a mighty module. I'm not gonna lie to you. This feels very much like holding one of those old ITX motherboards from the late 80s IBM full towers. You know what I'm talking about? The great long motherboards. It's like 14 inches, 16 inches long, something like that. This board is actually about 16 inches long if you want to know the imperial measurements. It's 15 and 5/8. I don't know the sub measurements. Despite building my house, there's actually a trick that my granddad, as a carpenter, he told me. He said, you know, you don't actually have to know how to build the whole house. If you know how to build a good strong foundation, you build on top of that. So you build good footings, then you stack good columns, then you build a good frame, then you build good walls. So when I built my house, I built it on itself. I never actually, there was no blueprints. I built it out of my head. I already knew how big I wanted the final thing to be, so I knew how big each floor section needed to be and all this other stuff. Like, I'm 16 by 20, so a sheet of 2x4, a sheet of plywood is 4 feet by 8 feet, right? So, boom. I did long ways, I think. So it took 3 long, and then you want to stagger them. You do not want seams all the way across. You want to stagger it for strength. So, right, you do 3 solid boards, lay them down, and boom, there's your 24 feet. And then the next row, you do 4 feet, 2/8, and a 4 foot, and that staggers, and that gives you strength. And then you do 3 more in a row, and then you do a 4 foot, 2/8, and a 4 foot. And then I did that one more time for the 4th row, and then bada bing, I've got an entire floor on top of a frame, just like that. And for the walls, well, a frame is a frame. It's just a frame with the studs are just the ribs of a frame, and they have a designated set middle, which is 16 inches on center. That's the standard anyway. So if you follow standard, it's really straightforward to build a house. How would I know? Because I built it.
I've got pictures. I mean, I took pictures all along the build. I just never did video. I could not. There was no way I would have been able to operate a camera and talk to people and build and make a video. I'm not that skilled. I was able to build the house, and that was about all I managed to take pictures. I took a couple of clips of me talking about it while I was in the middle of like doing the roof. But yeah, as to being one of those home improvement channels, like there's no way I would have been able to do that into a video. But if I did have the skill, I would have done it in a heartbeat. I would have done a video on the house. I mean, it doesn't look great. I'm not a professional carpenter or anything, but I was proud of it. You know, I built it myself, DIY. I get to tell people I bought my house at Lowe's, which is the truth. I bought my house a piece at the time from Lowe's. I managed to learn. I learned a lot. Like, I already knew how to build, but what I learned building this house, I learned how to do electrical, like real proper to code the right way electrical. Now, I'm not going to talk about my wiring, but you know, it hasn't sparked and arced, and I've had this house now since 2015. I built it I have a marker somewhere where I finished the first half in 2015, and I finished this room. I don't know, I did a video when I finished this room. I think the video is actually called My House is Complete or something like that. But anyway, I learned plumbing. I learned how to change out old tubs. I learned how to build counters. I do not know how to build cabinets. I don't like cabinets. I like open stuff so I can see. I'll be honest with you, it helps my ADHD to be able to see things. That's another reason I invested in these drawers, because it's where I can see it and I won't lose it. Because if it's out of sight, definitely out of mind. So this house was also built with my own sensory needs in mind. There was some forethought in the design too. The original house is short and with a flat ceiling, which means when the heat rises, the heat is trying to escape right to the highest point. So I built a vaulted ceiling bedroom, which is much, much taller than the rest of the house. So in wintertime, when the heater is on in the main part of the house, all the heat that warms the house, the excess heat, drafts into here and circulates just naturally without a fan on. You can feel it. And if you take like vape smoke or something like that, some glycerin-based smoke, and put it in the air, you can see it. And you can see the circulation of the air. Okay, well, cold air falls. Well, it's such a big room and a lot of surface area to cool down. So all the air cools down really fast and condenses on the floor and then falls into the rest of the house, because as the heat is rising out of the small side of the house, it's having to pull some type of air to keep things in balance. It's trying to balance out. And so it's creating a natural convection in my house. And so right now, even if I were to turn every fan off in the house, you would still feel a breeze because of that design. And so taking advantage of, you know, just your basic high school thermodynamics, you know, add that to the mixture of the design. I've got a house that doesn't really get too hot in the summer. It doesn't get too cold in the winter, and it doesn't. I'm using a 5,000 BTU window unit to cool my entire house in Mississippi. And you know, if you live anywhere in the South, that's a big deal. Most people need like 15,000 BTUs to cool one room, and I'm cooling my whole house off of 5. So I don't know. There's different things you could do to help your designs if you're building a house. Taking advantage of that free air circulation was a big one. The next thing I want to do is do a DIY solar. That's something. If I did a video on it, I should probably lead with, this is not a DIY project. This is I'm doing it myself and sharing it project. I'm not going to call that one a DIY project, because you would have to know how to deal with mains power and batteries, and not just any batteries either. You know, solar is no joke. Not for, I mean, okay, it's not for the faint of heart, I guess. How about that? Is that fair? It's not for the faint. Welcome back. Welcome back. Actually, I could think of a few tech channels I would talk to readily about solar. Most definitely Scruff, Big Clive. I just saw him the freaking point of my finger. Colin Furs. Colin Furs has solar. He actually has a solar powered charging station for a battery operated lawnmower. Thought that was really cool. Tech Ingredients. That'd be another one. They're really good into solar. Fran's Lab. Not Fran. Digital Mermaid does solar, right? Isn't that right? Doesn't the Digital Mermaid do I know they built the 48 volt battery, LifePo battery, but I don't know, like, is it solar charged and all that stuff? And I think so. I'm not really 100% certain. I say this because, again, I've been focused on this project, so I've kind of fallen behind. I keep adding stuff. It says watch later. I'll watch later, and I keep saying I'll watch it tonight. I'll watch it tonight. But then I'm like, well, if I start watching my watch later, I know I'll want to finish it. And right now it's kind of looking like an investment. So I've been waiting to do that till I'm done with these modules. So part of my vacation, you guys not hearing from me, will be me catching up on everybody's videos. I definitely want to give some feedback. I'm going to shoot Sam a message after I finish this module and thank him. I really just want to thank him, because these damn things were a real treat to put together. And I've put together a lot of kits. I know it doesn't seem like it on my channel, and I don't talk about them much because, I mean, I'm dealing with a lot with PTSD and other things, but I guess at this point they called it CPTSD. That's what my therapist told me. But anyway, because of the amount of stuff I've been dealing with, yeah, I haven't been able to do that. I think that was it. Was that it? No, that was that one. Da-da-da. But I haven't been able to watch videos and catch up with them like I wanted to, so that's going to be the next play the catch up game. All right, now I already know I'm out of these. I think I don't have 9 of those. I'm going to see if I got. That's 3, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect, because there's only 8 that are not the 10K pot. Look at that. Those are all 100K with the tabs, the locator tabs. That is so perfect. We have exactly enough left, and that was not on purpose for once. That was actually an accident. A lot of the stuff I've been doing, I don't buy the exact amount I need. What I usually do is I'll round up to the nearest 5, and sometimes it works out that I don't have to do anything for a module. Sometimes I do have to buy based off the bill of materials. This one I bought the knobs and the jack sockets and the potentiometers off the bill of materials, and that was yeah, a good idea, I think, because I'm almost wondering if I even have enough of the green knobs. I really hope I've got enough green knob covers, because if I don't, it's going to drive my OCD up the wall, because there is no other knobs. Those are the only ones I've got for the modulation station. I bought them very specific for this module. This is the last oscillator, and then we'll be on to the mixer board. The mixer board is not very complicated. There's the only thing hard. It's going to take a little bit of time, just because there's 34. That just what kills me is the like it's one module and that many. Because if I mean really, you know, there's a lot of knobs on the whole synthesizer anyway, right? But it's just that it's all on one module. Safety squints. Oh my God. It's just that it's all on one module that it tickles me, because I would have done the same thing. Like Synco to VCO would have been this wide at least if I would have done the 1/4-inch jack sockets instead of the small ones. But I really wanted to squeeze it into a 20 centimeter square. It felt nice and symmetrical, and I pulled it off, right? So I can write that off the checklist and go ahead and do it. What? No. No. What? Didn't I just count enough? Oh, you know what? That's gonna no. Okay, OCD is not gonna have that. It's bad enough that there's that one weird one in the middle, but that makes sense because it's a waveform. So yeah, I'm gonna have to switch them to the other ones. And okay. And there's also another reason. These are different heights. I need 8 of them. These darker green ones versus the blue looking ones are like a couple of millimeters taller. And so if I'm gonna have to use one odd one in the corner instead of in the dead middle, it will make it wonky, because the dead middle, it'll kind of cover around it. It'll be all right. But if there's one off in one corner, it'll make it sit off to the side weird. So yeah, I'm gonna have to trade all of them out. Sorry. My apologies. 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. This is was it the last one? Yeah, it's the last one. That is the last of the solder of the LFOs, and then jack sockets last. Jack sockets. That's gonna make my drawer open nice and easy now. I can't believe I've almost used up all of my alpha pots. I bought 50 of one type, not knowing that there was 2 different types, one with a tab, one without a tab, and different heights, of course. But anyway, I bought 50 of each of them, and I've used almost all of them. So if you want to know how many knobs there are, there's around 100 knobs that are alpha knobs. Oh wait, there's more than that. There's 20 on Synco to VCO. So yeah, there's over 100 knobs in this synthesizer right now. I'll count them. That'll be part of the tour, I guess. Cover how many jack sockets and knobs there are and switches. I love numbers. Can you tell? I don't know if it can. I don't know if it shows or not, but I kind of like numbers. Oh, this is the redheaded stepchild right here. You notice how hard it's been for these ones to pop in, where look, and it even bent that leg. These are the redheaded stepchildren. I'm gonna have to remember that when I go to buy some more, to make sure they don't have that key tab on it, locator tab or whatever. And I didn't even cut them all off. What is wrong with me today? Safety squints. You should always wear safety glasses. If you can. You should. Yeah, wear safety glasses. Or not look at what you're snipping, but spread them. Get in there. Oh my heavens. Oh, and the leads. That was the other thing. The leads are a little wider on these than the other ones. The other ones have more roundish. Well, that one just popped right on in there. Safety. Safety first. Oh, that other channel. William Osmond finally posted after like 10 months or something like that. He was working on a project for Mr. Beast, which I don't actually follow Mr. Beast. Just mainly because it goes back to that's money. That's not DIY anymore. But anyway, but he made another channel called Safety Third. That's funny as crap. It's Nile Red and Alan Pan and Sophia, yeah, and the Backyard Scientist, and it's funny. It's worth a watch if you've never watched it. Oh wait, am I? You know what? There's something missing here. You know what? There's something missing. Can anybody tell me what it is? I can tell you what it is. It's this header. I forgot to put this header on. La-ta-ti, la-ta-ti. I love how components magically get like sticky to themselves when you after you've cut them, and they're not magnetic. Like you would think it was because of being like magnetized, but these are brass. They, to my knowledge, brass can't be magnetized. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But I don't think you can magnetize brass. Like it doesn't contain iron. Isn't that? This is where we need a scientist in the chat to confirm. I haven't even checked chat. I'm sorry, guys. You have to cut those little tabs off. Yeah. Heck yeah. Hey, Lockwasher, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've been 4.5 hours. We're still, hey, that's still good time. That's still better than Cinco de VCO. Cinco de VCO took 6 hours. I streamed all Christmas. Oh. Or no, maybe it was the 24th. I can't remember. I don't know. Don't quote me. I can't wait to do the outdoor DIY. It's been wintertime and miserable and rainy and cold, and like it has not been summertime or any decent weather at all for outdoor stuff. But I love air cannons, just saying. And I built one and I had a YouTube video about said air cannon. I had to delete it because it had an X in it and they didn't want to be in the video, and I didn't have video editing software at the time. So it got deleted. Well, I still got the air cannon. It's in pieces. So I thought about making a video about said air cannon and remaking it and doing a video, because that is a DIY. That's something anybody could do. I built it out of scraps I got from Lowe's for less than 20 bucks. And Walmart. I think Walmart was involved because I bought an inner tube for a bike tire. And the inner tube for the bike tire was Oh, I didn't flatten those. Oops.
The inner tube from the bike tire was to pump it up. I could use a basic little one of those clip-on car valve things, you know, like that it latches on to the valve stem, and that way you don't have to hold it. So I was able to pump it up, and PVC's rated to like 300 psi ish. Don't quote me there. But I knew it was rated. I didn't want to exceed a certain. That was the point. I didn't want to exceed a certain amount, and I never went over like 90 pounds. But I ran that joker. I used to shoot water balloons out of it, and let me tell you, it's fun. Hard to hold. I mean, full of water, it's hard to hold. I mean, if you're not shooting water-based things out of it, it's not so bad. But I had a blast of that thing, literally. And I want to upgrade it, okay? But you know what? It would go from do-it-yourself to impossible really, really quickly, and here's why. The DIY side of it is you could buy the ball valve from Lowe's, you could buy all the plumbing bits from Lowe's, you could buy the inner tube from Walmart, no problem. Overall, no problem, right? Well, the issue with the DIY upgrade that I want to do is putting in a butterfly valve that is electric or pneumatic. Okay, well, right away, unless you've either own your own property, which I live on my own property, so I can do stuff like this. So unless you live on your own property, you can't do this DIY. So that's, I don't know. I thought about building the original one and then building a secondary one for like the people that can do more. That way it's still accessible. But the air cannon, that's nothing to an air cannon. Literally, it's an air chamber and then a barrel. That's it, separated by a valve. Like that would, it would almost seem lame to do a video on it. I feel like, I don't know. Maybe my kids would love to. I don't know. I'll think about it. We have reached 4 oscillators on this board. Look at that. And I got to solder everything in. And then we'll be on to onto the jack board. I did not think it would hurt to do it at 4. Like at the time I started the stream, I'm kind of glad I started it when I did, because think about it. The storm knocked out the power right after putting in a handful of resistors, but nothing had been soldered yet, right? Boy, that timing. That storm came through, said, boom, roar, I'm gone now. That weather's got the same attention span I've got. Came in like a wrecking ball, disappeared before our eyes and gone. And for anybody who didn't know, like who's here now that didn't catch the first part of the stream, you could hear the hail beating the crap out of my area. It was scary. It was beating the shit out of the house there for a second. So if you really want to know what happened, the stream didn't officially end, so you could rewind it and go back. And I can't wait to go watch this stream back, because I do watch them back to see if they turned out okay. And after Scruff helping me with the resolution, I haven't had any issues. It's been running pretty good. I don't want to touch anything anymore. I can turn it on and get to doing what I'm doing, and I don't have to stress about is it set up correctly. It just works for now. I knock on wood. I don't want to jinx it. It's cooperating. But anyway, so yeah, I hope everybody is hanging in there and doing good. I'm gonna take a quick little break to grab coffee, like a 2-minute break, and to mark said break, I will switch to the intermission screen
and that way it'll be like a real clear indicator that I'm not right at my keyboard, because it will take me like 2 minutes because I got to heat up my coffee. I know it's cold. I heard that machine go off like an hour and a half ago. So if you guys need a break and are like hanging in there, this would be a good time, you know. There we go. I think that is everything. I'm going to clip this. I'm going to take me a quick coffee run. So if you guys want to take a break too, I'm going to switch to intermission. Boy, look at that. That looks so smart. I like that. Yeah. All right. So quick intermission break. I'm going to set this off to the side, and I will see you guys in about 2 minutes. Call it 2 minutes. How long is 2 minutes? 2 minutes should be exactly 2 minutes if I did the timing right. So, jack sockets. Oh, there's a mess in front of me. I was trying to avoid this. If I did my timing right, though, it should have been pretty much 2 minutes. I try to be literal, you know. It comes with the territory. Alright, so, alright, what I'm gonna do, I'm done with those. We need to clean this mess because I'm gonna need all this works. Oh, those are all brass. Look at that. I told you. All of them brass. So gotta use the good old rolly tape. Hey, good night, Leslie. Nice having you in. Hope you have a good night. I'm sorry I saw that message a bit late. Here's what it is. Trying to multitask, you know. But I really needed coffee, and I'm also trying to keep this stream under, at this point, under 6 hours. I knew I should have, I almost made an executive decision to put the jack sockets in before the stream. But, yeah, it's far too late for that now.
We already got this deep, and that's the easiest part, I think. I mean, literally. So, let me get these out of the way. And we need 34. That wiped me out right there. Thank you, Scruff. I appreciate it. Good to be back. Especially... It's gonna wipe me out. Let's wipe every one of these. Uh-oh. We're already missing some hardware. I'm gonna throw one back in and grab one with hardware because I don't need that. I don't need that like at the last, like where's all of it? Where did it all go? Oh my heavens. This is one chonking beast. Holy shit. We're in the home stretch now, fellas. We're in the home stretch now. No time like the present. It'll probably get me banned for copyright. Is the only reason I hadn't played music, had some jams or some tunes in the background. So if anybody was considering getting the modulation station, definitely would. So far it's been a really smooth build. I mean, it's not a complex build, but it's a lot. As you've seen, it's a lot to it. It's just not like don't let the size of it scare you from buying it. I was scared of it when I first bought it. Now I'm putting it together. I'm like, oh, this is not scary. It's just, you know, it's just a lot. It's a big chew. What? Oh my God! You bite off more than you can chew. It's a big bite, but you can chew it. It's more like when somebody doesn't cut the pizza right, but you end up with the biggest piece anyway. This is so many jacks. I wonder, you know, what's going to be harder, getting them all into the board oriented right, or getting it to click. You know? I wonder what's going to be more challenging, getting it all to click together, like, and I mean, when I say click, I mean getting this to click on the back of, Alexa, what is 34 times 5?
34 times 5 is 170.
There's 170 pins. There's 170 solder pads. You only use 2 of them, so there's only 68 solder points that you're actually using. But that's a lot of pins to make sure they're all right, you know. Ooh, I can't wait to see it though. Ooh, this thing is so close. Home stretch. All right. And he even said, I remember the video. He said it took him like 30 minutes just to put this together. So these come out of the face panel, right? Yeah. This is the back face panel. Pins on this side. Pins are on this side. Let's do pin headers first. And it's because of the height. So let me see. I've got pin headers, tool beans. La da da, la da da, la da da, la da da. it's one pin shy. Oh, that's a shame. I got to cut a whole new one. It's one pin shy of being a perfect fit. Da, 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 da. Now, this is going to be interesting. It didn't work. I was optimistic, wasn't it? One at the time it is. Good old the right way, you know. Can I Clive Claw this one? I can not. Kinda. This is not friendly of the Clive Claw. This is more friendly of the lay it on the workbench. But we got there. The Clive Claw works so much better with stuff that's fiddly. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wished I would have known about, or I wished I would have had that skill sooner. Because there's a lot of fiddly stuff that I ended up putting up, and I don't know if I ever finished it because I couldn't hold it in my hand. But the claw, like holding it, because the helping hands are a nightmare. Like, you think they're going to be helpful, right? But then if you've got the gooseneck style clippy arms, half the time they don't stay right where you put them. They always have a little, like, jiggle to them. And then I finally caved and bought one of the quad hands PCB holders, which is like a vise for PCBs. And I mean, it's nice. It came in handy for the A4 gallium. That was a board that it really came in handy on, because it was a great big wide board and it held it. I could put them all in and flip it and solder and flip it, and it's good. For the most part though, like in reality, it's easier to hold it in your hand because you don't need your hands the whole time. A lot of times you can just lay it down on whatever surface. And so I use these are silicone. I have a wooden workbench, but these are silicone mats. They're just baking mats. They're not like any fancy thing. The silicone is silicone. It all has about a 500 degree Fahrenheit melting point. Well, you're not going to be touching your soldering pencil straight to it long enough to melt it, see? Like, I can't even melt that. And that's nice because when stuff falls down like molten solder, you don't melt your workstation. Or the mat, actually. You don't even melt the mat. You can't. It's silicone. Well, you could, but I'm only running 300 degrees Celsius on my solder pencil. And it didn't burn through it just then, so I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit readily. I work off of Celsius because, well, the Weller soldering station started in Celsius and it's just easier. Plus 300C. It's a nice rounded number. I think that's like close to the melting point of silicone though. I wish I knew the melting point of silicone. That'd be... Somebody probably knows. Oh, you know what would be really cool to build? Would it be that like a organ of some kind, not like the Furby organ, like instead of Furbies, I mean like something more me. Making an organ out of chattering teeth.
because I don't have any. I have all my teeth. I said that, but I'm frustrated because I got to have oral surgery, and they're going to be relieving me of a few of them. I didn't realize they were bad till I had a literal root exposed. I was like, oh, there seems to be some pain in my mouth, my good man. He's like, how did you not feel this before? And I'm like, I don't really feel pain like you do. Sorry. Like, what you mean? And I'm like, I could tell you what I meant, but then we'd be here like all day because, you know, it's taken me my lifetime to understand myself. So, I mean, too long didn't read. I have an extremely high pain tolerance beyond that of your normal people that say they have high pain tolerance. The autistic pain tolerance levels are extremely high. Like, dangerous, because you don't realize you're injured high. You know? I got tattoos and fell asleep because it tickled. I broke several bones, and it was like, I think I sprained my leg. Oh no, I broke a bone in my toe, and I was like, I think I sprained my foot. And I walked on it for 2 years till one day something bugged me bad enough that I had to go get an x-ray, and turns out I had broken it, and there was a piece of bone fragment floating right there on top of the joint, and that was causing pain. And I said, well, and the doctor was like, well, how did you not feel that? I'm like, I don't know, never noticed it. So yeah, when I say I have a high pain tolerance, I mean, it's up there. I've had a bullet go through my leg, and it didn't hurt. It dropped me on the ground because my leg stopped holding me, but it didn't hurt. It didn't. I'm not playing. I wish I was playing. I don't wish I was having gone through that, but, you know, I mean, I didn't feel it. Let's see. We are putting together the mixer circuit now. I'm going to go ahead and put the circuit together before I put those big sockets on. Mainly because height, there's a lot of weight. That'll add a lot of weight. And this is right now, it's really lightweight and manageable. So I'm going to keep it that way. What is going on here? There we go. Do I need another 100K? I need 1, 2 of them. Uh-oh, we got a couple of unmarked. I gotta go. Hey, you know what though? As Leslie pointed out earlier before they left, we have data sheet on hand. We have the bill of materials. We'll just reference the bill of materials, because there's 2 unmarked ones here on the mix board. All right, that's R1 and R5. R1 is 1K. R5 is 100K. So we'll go ahead and we'll put the 100K in R5. And then we can move to the 1Ks. Because I think there's 3 values here because it's a mixer board. So that unmarked one was a 1K. Right here. Cool beans. And once this board gets put together, I don't have to measure a patch cable for once, not a power cable, because of where it's going. As long as it's at least a foot long, it'll make it. It's right above the power supplies, which, again, we're now up to 2 power supplies already. It's going to end up needing probably 5 power supplies if I do it off the same design, which is why I'm leaning towards building a toroid like a high amperage, high current capacity power supply. Oh my God. That's a mouthful. So a couple of 10 ohms. I'm off in my own world. Hope chat's doing all right. I will check it in 1 second.
But you could see it not out through the skin. Ooh! Oh, mercy. Oh my God. 1414 degrees C is that for blue tape? What about silicone?
Is it, or is that for silicone? I would think silicone melts at much lower temperatures, but
I think that was for the blue tape. Am I wrong?
all right. So
Let me go ahead and put in the 2N3904s since those are short. I'm trying to put in all the short stuff. I guess I could put the capacitor. I could put everything in there except for the power header, because those they're hard to, you have to claw them. And then I need a TL072. And I need an 8-pin socket and 10-pin box header. Right on. Cool. Oh, so close. Electronics are nearly through. The jack sockets will be the very last. That's why I was kind of doing all this stuff first. Get that out of the way. Blue tape was a suggestion for holding your headers. Oh, yeah, that's a valid point. What I have been doing, and it kind of works, like when I stick this header in, I flare out the feet of it. Like off to the sides, like that. And that seems to hold it enough that I could do like a couple of corners. All right, so let's get this put together, and I'm gonna go, this one, I might have to set a few, like push a few things flush. I'm not sure yet, but there's nothing else over here but jack sockets. So once this little section gets through, I'll be on to installation. And as good as these boards fit, I would normally say I should be okay just soldering the jack sockets. But we're talking 34 of these, and I don't know that that's a good idea. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the sockets onto the face panel, and then it may take a little bit of fiddling to get them oriented the correct way, but I think that'll be the better bet. What is going on with that? Hold on. There we go. Had a couple of leads trying to cross streams there. We are nearly there. Boy, it's a lead jungle in such a small space already. Why?
Did I really bend them all over each other like that? That's fine. We'll just clippity clip. I think it's also that I've reached fatigue, because I didn't get to bed till like daylight, and yeah, I think I hit fatigue is why it's starting to become hard, because this is so not hard, not compared to what I just got through doing. So I think that's what it is. But at this point, there's no turning back. We're too close. Only the weak quit, and I'm not a quitter. I just had to clean up some of that out of the way. That was it's so tight. So there we go. Much better. We have room to work. Get down in there. Let's go. Hold on a minute. I believe that's everything. Yep. Cool. I'm going to have to also invest in a demagnetizer for pliers, because that is also kind of a peeve of mine, is magnetic leads and crap. I don't know if that bothers anybody else, but whenever I try to clip stuff and then they all start sticking to the pliers, and I'm over here having to do this crap for that's a kind of a peeve. I don't know if that bothers anybody else, but for some reason it bothers me. It probably shouldn't. Story of my life. Hey, that actually seated without me having to push on it, because pushing on it didn't change anything. I might be slightly out of camera, I'm sorry. I'm nearly through with the socket, so let's see. I'm gonna put that header on. Oh, we are so close. I can taste it. Taste it. Hold on a minute. I also wish that I had food in me right now. I have no food. Oh man. I just made somebody hungry, I bet you. Damn it, I was watching this stream, minding my business, and now I'm hungry. These power headers take so much heat. I don't know. They gotta be made of something like a little more resilient, I think, because it seems to take so much more heat for these pins, whereas I've soldered diodes with bigger pins and they don't take this long. Something about these box headers, the pins on them, they're so thick and they're a heavier metal. I'm over here having problems getting it to even solder. What the fuck? That is a son of a bitch. It's not even wanting to, it's literally like the flux is not helping at all. That's the first one that's done that. The header, I mean, it's not the PCB. It's the PCB's fine. The header itself didn't want to take. I was like, you're gonna take it. You're gonna take it and love it. All right, so now we have the mixer board complete, and now
let's put this, let's start putting jack sockets. Silicone is 14 degrees. Let's see. Hey, right on. That's pretty much, we'll never reach that. All right, so mix is on this side. So it's gonna go like this, which means all this negative pin, the sleeves are top left. And I'm saying this because if I don't put them on here first, there's no way I'm gonna be able, you saw my shaky hands during the Twin T drummer. I couldn't even keep the jack sockets from falling over themselves. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing these on the face panel first. And then I'll attempt to click. Oh my God. The home stretch, man. We're the home stretch. He said it took him 30 minutes just to put the jack sockets in. So, what time is it? We'll deduct a minute. It's 9:28. 9:20. Oh my God. 9:28. Okay, so can we get it done before 10? Is that feasible? Can I move that quick? Probably not. I can't move too quick because then we'll have to go back again, and that doesn't save time at all. That adds time. This is a big board. This is a great looking board. It's huge. What? For some reason I had it in my head that it was gonna be like more, I don't know, like smaller. I don't know why. I thought it was going to be way off my measurements. I was guessing 50 centimeters, but to be honest, I was expecting it to be something more like 20 or 30 or something like that, and it comes in 40. I said, dang, that's a big module. But then adding these jack sockets on the back, the weight of it that I'm feeling already, oh my Lord. It's heavy. It is very heavy. I know you guys are just like, you should have put them damn things in before I got on this stream. I gotta watch you screw on all these boards, all these sockets. The bright side is, once these are mounted, the next trick is going to be how many of them are going to click, how many of them are going to stick. And my vision just started to get blurry. Is that a good thing? Have I inhaled too many flux fumes? Should I be concerned? Is this a medical problem? It's fucking heavy. Come on now. Can we get, there we go. There we go. This thing is like holding a newborn baby. There's no right way to hold it. Just as long as it's not crying at you. Oh. Oh heavens. I'm like, I actually bought a set of patch cables just for this thing because of how many like outputs and inputs and other things. This is such a big module. Oh my God. Just as a joke, I had half a mind to build the next version, the next iteration of Synco to VCO similar to this, just to kind of match it a little bit, match that big jack socket energy. But that's the reason I went with the 3.5 mil jack sockets, is because I was able to squeeze them all on a small face panel. the moment you upgrade to these jack sockets, you're seeing it takes up this whole width, and they're as close together as I would comfortably put them. And this is only quad. You go adding the fact that Cinco is 5. Oh my God. All right, so there's one row done, and I'm gonna life hack it to make sure they're all flat. How to basic. There we go. Kosher enough. Oh. You have now entered the jack socket zone. This is like its own separate adventure here, isn't it? Have to get up at 4. Hey, take care, Lockwasher. Good having you in here. I don't blame you for having to run. This has been a very long stream, and I would have put these jack sockets on before the stream, but I did a poll at the beginning to have the option to leave this part off. Well, we started. Might as well finish. And then I want to watch Jurassic Park or something after this. I want to see some dinosaurs eat somebody. I need a break from synthesis. I'm not even going to get to test this thing. I'm going to have to test it to satisfy that, does it at least turn on and nothing pop? But, I can't test it at the bench because I still haven't been able to build a bench supply yet and whatnot. But I'm not gonna cut off the live stream to plug it in and turn it on. I'm just gonna do a smoke test. Say, does it pop? As long as it turns on and there's no smoke, then I'm gonna call the stream at that. And I'll do a walkthrough later, what you guys think. Or when it's finished being built, wrap it up, and then we can always do it again later because it's been a minute. I almost feel like not even testing it and might like save that because I could get it on footage. I could put if I saved it rather than testing it right now. If I set it up to where I could have a camera over there, then when I plug it in to test it, if something does go wrong, it'll be on camera. You can put them closer? We might have missed the storm. Yeah, that's a fair point. You know what? If I would have started putting this stuff together, the storm would have done a number on that. That's fair. That's a fair point. That was really, honestly, if the power was going to go out, it picked the best time to go out. It sure did. It went out right at the beginning when I had not done any soldering, so that was a win. I'll call that a win because it could have easily been right dead middle, which would have messed up the time lapse. Well, maybe not, because I could have still edited. I can still edit it. But yeah, I guess you're right though. They could have gone a little bit closer together. There's about 5 mil. They could have gone 5 mil closer together. But then, I mean, at that point, you're going to be fighting space on the front side for bolts, I think. Unless I'm wrong. It looks like, oh no, the bolts fit within the footprint. Never mind. All right, this is going. I keep grabbing this one that's got hardware on it. Let me just fix that right now. So I'll stop grabbing it. I can't put it in with the hardware on it. Got to take that off. Boy, this thing is looking beautiful. Oh man. I so love technology. As much as you will see. I'm gonna drop it 16 more times, always and forever. You know, I drop stuff so much, it's become more of a joke. I just laugh at it now when I see something hit the floor. It's like, oh, not today. Alright, so that's the last jack socket mounted on the face panel. Now comes the mighty will it click. Almighty click.
In case anybody is a Naruto fan, that's Pain, Almighty Push reference there. I guess if I have to explain it, it's not much of a... I don't know. Somebody always told me if you had to explain a joke, it wasn't funny. And I'm like, I don't know. Sometimes when people explain the joke to me, I find it even funnier. Because I'm like, oh, I get to laugh properly now. Because now I get to fully understand and appreciate how funny that is. LEDs need to go in here, right? Let's not kid ourselves. That's going to be a bloody nightmare if I don't. If I don't put these, it doesn't even matter that it's simple. And then, you know what? I'm going to take the blue tape advice, I think, and put some blue tape on those LEDs. And yeah, that way at least they'll be in place for when it's time for them to go in. I just need them to kind of stay there for a second while I not cover up the pinholes that I need. Cool. All right, let's see if we can click it. It's not gonna click. And already this one is oriented wrong. That's good job, me. All oriented the same way elsewhere, though. Good job, me. And we have clickage. My head's gonna be in the way for a second because I gotta be able to see down in there. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, mercy heavens. This is gonna be one hell of a click. I don't... Oh, 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 uh-oh, uh-oh. What we got? Is it clicking? It's clicking. A little bit of a bump up here. Uh-oh, what do we got? What do we got? Almost there. Oh, we have clickage. We have plug. All of them are plugged in. We have clickage.
Yo, we have clickage. Let's go. Yeah, you would lose graphic space. All right, so first things first, let me get these LEDs in their resting places and go ahead and get them like soldered in. That's so sweet, it clicked. And yeah, way to go. Hell yeah. All those jack sockets plopped together. Had to get it. They were almost lined up the first time too. Now this one, get down in there.
I'm talking about. This is a beautiful ass board. Hold up. We got a bend. We got a bend in there. What's going on? There's a moderate twist. There we go. I just don't want those leads to ever like get bumped together by accident. There we go. Cool deal. All right. So now we can start soldering jack sockets. That's going to be the first hold. We'll put a hold, say, right here about middle. Kind of initial tack welding, you know, so the thing sits as it should. And then we can tack on over here. Now, let's lay down some solder. We're freaking, we're down at the home stretch. Hell yeah. Oh, this is amazing. I got to do a TikTok video on it before I go plug it in to test it. I got to make up a little a little power cable, and that's it. So a little power cable, quick little TikTok video, and I'll do a quick test of each oscillator. Just whatever sound comes out, comes out. I'll worry about trimming it and tuning it and all the good stuff. Like, I'll do all that later. But I definitely want to hear it make some noise. And I'm sure you guys want to know if it works. So we'll find out if it works. We just won't go through the whole everything. Sound good? That way I can say I at least tested it. As to its tuning and getting everything just right, that's something that can be done any old time. It doesn't have to be right now. We got the funk. We built the module. La-da-da. We now have a quad LFO. What's up? I'm thrilled at that. Oh my lord. Yo, we have a full modular synthesizer built now. Oh yeah. We done did something. I just gotta play it. I gotta learn how to play it now. I've been practicing some stuff, you know, a little bit. I've been really more trying to familiarize myself with how to use the sequencer stuff. That's I would love to have a Circlone. Circlone? It's a sequencer that Sam uses. I don't want to know the price of it because I can't afford it, but I wouldn't mind having one of those. That'd be kind of cool. It has like, you could 5 MIDI outs or something like that, and it takes the place of 6 of his BeatStep Pros. And right now, I'm already in need of more than just the BeatStep Pro can handle. It's just I can't afford to do anything about it, so it's just I make it work, you know. So if it ends up being that I really want to invest in sequencers, I might just skip the BeatStep Pro journey, use the one I've got now for drums, and get a Circlone. Literally just go on and do what he did. Just skip straight to that though, and not even bother getting the beat steps in between. I don't know. How invested am I going to be in sequencing? Whereas I have a MIDI interface, I could just interface using the Digi O2 digital, like the MIDI rack. I think it'll I can get it to interface with stuff like Fruity Loop Studio or something like that. So I could actually sequence my synthesizer, my analog modular. I could sequence it off my computer, I think. I'm not sure. Again, I've spent more time building this. It takes so long to build it, I forgot that I'm supposed to be able to play it too, you know. It's what happens sometimes, you know. It took me so long to build it, I forgot to learn how to play it along the way. It's not true. I do play on it. I make blips and bloops, you know. We are so close to being done. Oh, we're like on the last few. Oh. The only thing that would make this go any faster is if I had if my good big reel would have actually been a good reel, but it was a bad batch of solder, so it doesn't work. Which is unfortunate because it's a 1 kilo roll instead of the 1 pound roll. This is a 1 pound roll I'm working off of, and that 1 kilo roll is like a 1.5 millimeter, and that has a much slower feed rate, but you get more covered. So that would have been nice to have, but you know, hey, whatever, we got there. We only have eight more of these, so 16 more pins, already 15 left. 14. Oh, uh-oh, 13. That's not true. Oh wait, yeah, 12 pins because there's 6 sockets left. 11. We're gonna count this one down. 10. Uh-oh, we're in the 10s. 10. Yeah, let's go. 9. 8. Oh, that's a cold solder joint. We can't have that. No way. There we go. Uh-oh. Was that 7 now? 7. So 6. 5. Oh my God. And the only thing I got to do to test it is literally plug it in. Make up a little cable and plug it in. 2 more left. Uh-oh. Oh, that's the last solder. Is that the last? There's one more pad. Oh. And we're done. Just like that. And I gotta take my clips, clip these LED leads just a smidge. I should have safety squinted, didn't. Now, the next step, we got to plug in all of the different op amps. There's that too. 4070 base, 407. Yeah, what he said. So, op amp number 1 be the TLO72. We'll put that in the mix board. So, mix board now has. Mix board has its op amp. 1 down. Let's put all the TLO74s in next. Definitely more than that needed, but you know, let me get this solder reel out of the way. We are in that home stretch. Can you feel it? Can you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? No, this is Patrick. This is Patrick's door. I love it when a socket just takes it. Take that chip. Plug it in, plug it in. Oops. Plug it in, plug it in. You guys hanging in there doing all right?
Everybody hanging in there? Oh, I'm telling you, we are so close. I could taste it. I'm like really excited to plug it in and see. There's a lot that could happen. I'm just saying. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 op amps, 9. There's 9 op amps that could go. There's 4 LFO chips that could go. There's quite a few capacitors that could go. Half of me wants to wait and test it like where I can have it on camera. The other half of me wants to plug it in and make sure it makes noise. You know? Like just a smoke test. So, I'll tell you what. I wonder. You guys want me to try to do another poll? Should we smoke test it or do all the testing later? Like just a smoke test or everything later? I'm not gonna be able to do like a playthrough. I'll be able to plug it in and turn it on. What you guys reckon? Listening and keycading it up right now. I felt that. That's, you know what? I like long streams for that reason, because somebody's talking, keeping me body doubled while I'm working. Half the time I feel I'll like queue up 2 or 3 streams if they're like not live, if they're older streams. Like again, I really do listen to the synthesizer live streams that people put out. Like Look Mom No Computer does them. Martin, I can't remember his last name. There's a guy named Benji that does DIY synthesis. When they put their stuff out, I try to put it in a playlist, and it'd be longer than whatever task I've got to do, and that way it lasts longer than my task. I'd rather have to turn them off because I'm done with what I'm doing than have to pause what I'm doing to go find some more talking, you know? So I totally understand the multitask while live streaming. In fact, the only exception to that is when I'm either watching Scruff's flight stream, the drone stream like that, or the workbench streams. But like Clive and the weekend stream, I'll mix. I'll hop in and out of chat. I'll be doing stuff while chatting, and that's because it's real sociable. So you can do that. For me, I talk a lot, so it helps me to just talk to myself. But with you guys, you know, hey, I get to talk to you guys and be sociable, like a normal person. I get to pretend to be normal. Look at that. I know how to talk to people, ish. As long as they can't talk back to me. That's a joke. I mean that, and I mean that lightheartedly. I don't mean that ugly. All right, so we got all the op amps in. Every one of them, all are seated. Oh. All right, let me find these chips. They should be in my miscellaneous chips drawer. These are optocouplers, AS3360s. What are the 3360s? 6N137s. Are they on this side? They're on this side. Here we go. Oh, the magic. This is where the magic happens. There's 4 Electric Druid VC-LFO 10s. Keep you awake if it doesn't work right. You know what? What time is it? It is almost... We did do it before 10. Right on. All right, here's what. The stream has been going for 5 hours and 41 minutes. So, I'll smoke test it, and that's all I have the energy to do. If it doesn't work, like if smoke is let out or for some reason something doesn't work, it won't keep me up, but I'm not going to try to fix it live like I did the drum module, because the drum module was not even broken. It was, my power supply was under such a tremendous load that it just shut down. So that was all me. Oh, I did miss it. Hey, I missed a pin. I missed a switch pin. Where's my... Oh. I'm over here grasping for nothing. I missed this one little spot. Now it's good. And now I can maintenance my solder pencil. Cool. Turn that off. I don't need it anymore. I really don't need it now. So yeah, I'll just smoke test it, and that way I know it won't keep me up if it doesn't work, but I'll know that I'll need to come back to the workbench and figure out what's going on with it. And if it works, then we'll get to hear some noise. But I just want to know if it works. So I think that's what I'll do. Does it smoke, or does it kind of, does each of the outputs work? And I think I can figure, I think they all have their own outputs, and then there's like a big mix out. I'll have to look at the front of it and see. I can't remember. I love these duckbill pliers, flat nose. They're called duckbill pliers because they're like really wide and flat all the way down. Look at that. Oh, that's the last chip. They're all well seated. Good deal. Ah, now let's flip this Bessie over and give. I'm not gonna tighten anything. Not just hand tighten. There's rattle. I'm just gonna hand tighten it, because if something does have to come out, you already can tell how long it's gonna take. It's gonna take a long time. So hand tighten for now. And I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna tighten the one wherever it's rattling really bad. Cool. I think that's, oh, there's a couple of spots. It's kind of rattly a bit. Good enough. I don't hear any rattling. All right, look at this. Oh my God, we got to put knobs on it. Oh, we got to put keycaps. I really hope that I have enough knobs for this and not have to order anymore. Oh, wait a minute. If I do this, I'm going to have to tighten those lugs down, for the keycap purpose. All right, so maybe not. That'll be all right. Cool. Knob, 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 knob. What was that? That was scary. I don't know what I just did. That scared me. It made a thing. It did a thing. So many knobs. Oh. I predict smoke from pot number 420. Yes, I will concur. There's a smoke test on that. I'm so glad I chose these knobs. They look pretty cool on here. Although they're not all going to be pointing the same direction and be perfectly the same. And I'm sorry if that bothers like some people. I'm out of energy to make it perfect. The only time I wished I would have like invested all the way in all solid shaft for the split pot. I mean the solid pot and set screw. But live and learn. I will next time know that. Like when I run out of these 100K pots, I will never buy split pot again. I'm gonna always buy set screw, because I found out that you can buy everything in the solid shaft, but some stuff you just can't find in solid shaft. I mean split shaft. But you can get them all. You can get everything in a solid shaft. Like the 500K and the 1 meg pots, I couldn't find a split shaft anywhere. They might exist, and they probably do, but I couldn't find any. I didn't look tremendously hard either. I looked at Tadia, which is where I was already buying from. So, yeah, that's a that's a narrow selection pool by comparison to how many places you could buy knobs from. The knobs. The knobbiest knobs that had ever knobbed. I gotta say, it looks badass with these. Like this module looks so badass. I'm that said exasperated. I can't believe how long it's taken me to put it together. I feel so slow. I'm sure it really is like time consuming to put together, but I feel slow. We're gonna have enough. Oh, it's a miracle. We're gonna have enough knobs. I'm talking about, that's a lot of knobs, ain't it? Now wait a minute, how come all of these are going on super easy? WTF? It's like I got two different batches of knobs. They're all the same, but they're from different molds, because all of these are going on beautiful. And all the pots are all the same, I think. Oh no, maybe this was the one that had the all of the taller ones. Maybe that was another difference. It was the shaft. Yo, we had enough to fill her up and had some spares. Look at that, guys. We have a finished VC LFO. Knobby knobs everywhere. Switches. Look at this. What's up? Oh, that is so like. Let me turn off one of these lights. So brace yourself for a light change. Make it less bright in here. Does that help the color any? It doesn't really help the color. I'm trying to get it to where you can see just how green. Oh well. Incoming light. Sorry, I know that was really sudden. But anyway, so this big modulation station is now ready for a smoke test. Let me make up a quick cable. And again, because of where it's going, it doesn't have to be that long, so I won't have to get up to make this cable. I'll be able to make it sitting right here. because this will go into the back and that'll drop down right to the power supply without like any extra flopping everywhere. Boogity, 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 rocking everywhere. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Anybody remember that song? Am I the only one? No? Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. That was an intense song, wasn't it? Ah! So you could almost do it with your hands. Almost. Not, I can't. Somebody else probably could. Hercules, Hercules. The module looks good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will say that Sam is 100% to be credited. I really love the green and black theme. So if you're talking about my choice of LEDs and knobs, I appreciate that. But as far as the design, you know, that's all Sam. He gets all that credit. I just put it together. And I did it live because, again, some stuff happens. Like that storm that blew through, that's going to make for some entertainment. In fact, I almost want to go back and rewatch this thing after I get off live so I can find out if I've got it immediately deleted, because I did get kind of frustrated there. But I guess it's not as bad as some of the weekend streams. Okay, so hang tight if you want to hear it. If you're satisfied with just having seen it built, then all you're going to miss is me go plug it in and see. There's the back side of it. In case anybody wanted to see the back one more good time. I'm going to go plug it in and give it a just a quickie. Just a quickie. Yeah. And by quickie, I mean plug it in and see if it smokes. I'm curious. Is it gonna smoke? Take your bets. Place your bets now, folks. Place your bets. Do you have the time? Alright, so I'm plugging it in. No. I'm turning it on. Turning like on my power supplies. And then I'm going to choose an output. Just a basic mix out via one of these cables. One moment. I'm going to grab this like a really long patch cable and do a output test. That's what I was going to say. I'm going to do an output test. So, plugging in, and then I need headphones to hear what I'm even saying. You guys should be able to hear me okay. What is this? I'm gonna test this with an oscillator. Bear with me. Well, which one of these is there's a mix. So we'll plug in here and why is it muted? Up, down. So, yeah, that was the VCO. I'm going to plug in the LFO now. I just had to make sure that sound was being heard. So first we're going to go out of the first. We're going to plug it in and see if it smokes first, because I didn't even plug it in yet. I just want to make sure that my sound was on. All right, we're plugged in. All the lights are on. I see no smoke. None of the chips are immediately hot. All right, time to plug in. We're gonna plug in on one output. Let's see. You hear that? Is it working? Alright, so that's first output. What about second oscillator? Number 4. All right, and then number 4. Now the mix out. Hold on. I gotta turn the mix volume up, I think. There we go. Huh. Well, the outputs all work. Heck yeah. Alright, so turning all that off. One moment. Coming back. 4 is great. Yeah, there's a couple. I need to come back to the workbench to grab a screwdriver because I gotta set the there's some screws. It works, but some of these outputs, like, okay, this one. Where's the volume? Did we lose volume? What happened? Well, it didn't work. second. Something decided to go wonky. Because now I can't hear it, like it's not plugged in. Why am I missing audio all of a sudden? I wonder if it's the patch cable. No? I'm literally, it's not getting sound now. Technical difficulties, 1 minute. For some reason, I'm not getting sound. I don't know what happened to said sound. What the hell? One of my modules is not working. There it goes. My power supply did not turn on. I don't know why that happened, but it didn't. Alright, so
Okay. All right. What if I just take and unplug some modules then? Which one was it? All right. So here's what we know. For those of you still hanging out, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to go into a full-blown test. 2 of the oscillators work really fine. These 2 work fine. These 2 do not. These 2 are not doing their LFO thing. I'm not sure what I could have done wrong. I do not have it in me to try to fully diagnose this problem tonight, however, just because, I mean, I have been at this for a very substantial amount of time. The live stream has been going for over, what, 5 hours now? And yeah, 6 hours. We've officially hit the same length of time as that big VCO. It's not, these 2 are not working. These 2 are. As to what could cause these 2 not to work, maybe not enough power. Wouldn't that be the first guess? I'm gonna try plugging it in without any other modules and see if maybe it's a power draw. But these 2 oscillators are not oscillating. These 2 are working perfect. So it's not the boards. It's either something to do with the circuitry, maybe one of these chips, maybe there's some loose something somewhere. It's not the boards though, because they're all the same. So if 2 of them are working, we already know it's not the boards. We can go ahead and write that off. What probably is going on, to be honest, there's probably it could be a faulty component. I mean, there's a couple of things it could be. It could be a faulty transistor. There's 3 of those. It could be a faulty power regulator. There's 2 of them on each board. It could be these really cheap ceramic caps. If I have to, I'll put Mylar instead. I think power would hit all of them the same. Yeah, I agree. I feel like power would hit all the modules at the same time. They're on. The trimmer pot is doing trimmer pot things. I see a couple of solder pads on the trimmer pots that aren't kosher. That could cause potential issues. They're not like 100% perfect, so you know, anything that isn't 100% perfect is going to be suspect at this point. It felt like it was possibly a mixture of the knobs maybe, but I don't know. None of the chips got hot. There was no smoke, no caps blew or anything like that. Let me give that a touch. That looks a little bit suspect on the trim. That's a trim pot, and the trim pot does play a role on the oscillation because it sets the, it's like the tracking. You use the trim pot and it sets the tracking of the frequency, and it does matter. So that's step one. Go ahead and touch those. If it's not oscillating, it's straight up power. It's probably something simple like power, and I'm going to test that. Here's how I can test power. I can unplug everything. I'm just literally, I'm going to unplug everything one at a time until I find which one is the mixer module. To find out which one's the mixer module, I'm going to have to plug into my VCO for a second. So bear with the volume. Cool. I've unplugged enough that if it's a power problem, that should fix it. Now I'm going to plug this module back in. Everything comes back on. That's a start. Those are the two working ones. I don't understand.
Okay. Well, as of tonight, I've done all I'm really willing to. It didn't help any. But yeah, I'm gonna have to call this a done project for today because I'm worn out. I've reached the end of like my energy levels, and there's two oscillators that are not working. It's this one over here. It's not oscillating correctly. I don't exactly know why or what's causing it. I don't know what could cause it, to be honest. I really don't. But it's definitely not doing 100%. It's these two boards here. It's these two. And I don't know. I don't have enough energy to sit there and diagnose it tonight. It took me 3 hours to not even get anywhere with that drum machine. So rather than torture you guys with that, I'm going to say that that's a done project. But you know what? It's assembled, and yeah, it's damn good looking module, that's for sure. I don't understand why it's not working. To my knowledge, I didn't do anything to it, but yeah, I'll figure it out. I've unplugged several modules thinking that might help. It didn't really. In fact, to be honest with you, it shouldn't matter because I'm running 2 power supplies now, and my Synco to VCO is actually on its own power supply, which is the big one. Most of the rest of them are subtractive modules, so they don't really take any power or any current. They take power, but they don't really take a lot of current. Yeah, so I don't know what else to do here. You know, I don't I don't know where to begin. This board, it by itself. Oh, hey, I see something here. These headers are not fully seated. Hold on. These headers, these two, were really high up. I'm not saying that could have done it, but I'm going to try that real quick before I turn off. If that was it, then that was it. If not, then it's done. Like if this doesn't fix it, then I'm actually really done. I just wanted to give it one more try. Give it one more little chance to do something tonight before I call it a day. Because once I get off here, I'm done for the day. Like I'm finished. Yeah, that didn't do anything to it. It didn't fix it. So this module, we are done. That's a done deal. I'm gonna have to work on this tomorrow. Something's wrong with these two oscillators. They're not doing anything. They're not speaking to me. And so yeah, I hope you guys have a great evening. Cheers for hanging in there for so long. I know that was a really long stream, but this is all in the name of getting video footage of being built and everything. And then now that every module is built, I'm gonna be kind of it'll be a while before the next builder's live stream, because there's nothing to build except for the oscilloscope, which is going to be a video instead. So yeah, I hope you guys have a great evening and take care. I will try to solve this problem. I'll probably post an update on it as soon as I can. So yeah, if there's any questions, you know, if not, well, I will catch you guys next time. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know that, like I said, I know that was a really long stream, but this is a very massive module. It is the last module on the list of ones to build that are readily available. In the meantime, all I can say about it is this has been one pleasurable build experience, like all of them. I would highly recommend it, and yeah, take your time with it. You know, I took my time with it. Took me a minute, but it's here. It's finished. This is a very heavy board too. As to what's wrong with it, I don't really know where to start finding what's wrong, to be honest. Like, part of me wants to try swapping these chips around. If the chips are bad, it is what it is, and I would just have to order some more. If it's not the chips, you know, then it'd be nice to know. So that'll be like the first thing. But anyway, I hope you guys take care, and that's all. That's really it. I mean, one last look at this big Bessie. I'll just set that there so you guys can see it. And yeah, heck yeah. Oh, that looks so nice. It looks really cool. Like, regardless of if there's a couple of minor, it's really minor. Anyway, sayonara. I shall see you guys next time. Good night. I hope you all have a great Easter, happy Easter, and yeah, get you on the flip side. Cheers. Cheers. We got to do that awkward intermission in 3, 2.